technological advancement these days, right? So these days map making or the knowledge of map is open to everyone, but previously it was not the case. Okay, so no more a secret in the present days. Okay, now what you have understood entirely, William Lambton we have discussed about his participation in 1799 Anglo-Mysore War. At that point of time, who was Governor General? Lord Wellesley was Governor General. He went to Governor General Lord Wellesley and suggested him, sir, let us go and map entire India, entire parts of India, so that we will have very good knowledge of whatever we have captured. So on the suggestion of William Lambton, Lord Wellesley, he agreed for surveying of entire India. That is the reason surveying has started from 1802, William Lambton. Even now surveying is very important. Why? Because by 2050 there will be hardly any place for us to live in our own place. That means highly populated, mostly densely populated. Most of the areas will be occupied. By 2050, according to one survey, we will not have any area for basic habitation, for basic living. That is the reason mapping is very important. Based on that only we have to allocate various resources. Okay, this is the place we are going to stay. We will not exploit this place. Okay, this is the place where we will go for forestry. So only with the help of surveying of maps only we will be able to decide how to use judiciously our natural resources. Okay, now this is okay, no more secret in present days. Okay, this is all we have seen until now. So use of maps in our times, maps for various purposes. See here, in our present times how we are using maps for trade, for sailing, for conquest, for colonizing and fighting wars. This is all Britishers did. Present times for planning and development. Okay, see here, trading, Europeans used these maps for sailing, for conquest, colonization. This is all done by whom? This is all done by Britishers. Okay, development, whose development? Their own development at the cost of our lives. Okay, they have looted us with the help of map making, but the present time nobody can loot us because we are an independent nation. Present times it is used for planning and development only. Okay, that is what. So identify resources available in a region and problems faced. Identify resources available in a region and problems faced. So this is what. So map of regions with less drinking water, map showing water resources, rainfall. See here. See what is happening here is, what the point here says is that previously the knowledge of maps were used by colonial masters to exploit their colonial kingdoms, okay, their colonies. Present days the same knowledge of map making is useful for planning and development. How? For example, you find in the southern Andhra Pradesh region, for example in Rayalaseema region, if you find that there is a huge water scarcity, you know that water is very scarcely available, and definitely that is a problem over there. Okay, so you will take one map, you will draw one map. On this map you will demarcate this area, and you will say yes, in this area water is very scarcely available, water is not available in this area. Okay, and you will draw another map, in the same map, in another map you will say, okay, this is the place where water is scarce. Okay, in the same place these are the solutions, understand. So here water is scarce, but there are rivers flowing across this place, so we can divert some water into this place. Okay, for solutions, for development, for each and every solution, geographical solution, with the help of map making we are finding out for each and every geographical problems, we are getting different solutions with the help of map making. Okay, now you see, first of all we will map a region with less drinking water. Okay, And again we will we'll take another map and show where are the water resources like rainfall, groundwater and resources. Okay, compare and find solution. I'll show you with the help of examples also. Okay, now see here, various parts of India are already water stressed and things could not get worse. See here, see absolute scarcity. This is a thematic map. In this map it is clearly shown in which part of India water is very scarce. Here it is clearly shown the area which is shaded in red color, has acute scarcity of water. That means very absolute scarcity. So this is the place. Okay, in fact same color. Okay, no problem. This is the place. Okay. Now you see, this is the problem and this is the place where water is scarce. Now we will find out what is the solution. Solution is this one. See here what they are showing, see same place, almost same place here, almost same place. Now what they are saying, see we have east flowing rivers between Mahanadi and Pennar and east flowing rivers between Pennar and Kanyakumari. So they are suggesting in this map that there are certain sources of water available. So this is the problem, this is the solution. Understand? So in this way we can rectify the problem of water scarcity. Understand? This is called as thematic map. Okay, thematic map for a huge problem, not small, for a huge problem called as water scarcity. How geographers have used the knowledge of map making to put in two different scenario. This is the problem and this is the solution. Understand? So now we will see in the next session. We will talk about what are the different thematic maps and how they are used, and that will be our last session for reading and analysis of map. Okay, that will be another important session where we will talk about all the other aspects of map like political map, physical map, land use and all other aspects and how different colors are used. Okay, so we will end our discussion for today, and in our next session we will talk in detail about what our next important topic, that is thematic maps. Okay.
Hello students, welcome back. This side Pushpen Singh Rajawat, your chemistry faculty, and today what we are going to study, the very important topic which is a catalyst. Why catalysts are so much important? Because catalysts, first of all, they break down the substances in a body into simpler substances. Second, and the most important, they are used to make variety of products in the industries. And the third, they are used to run the automobiles efficiently. So catalysts are very much important for us to study. So let's start with our third lecture, that is catalyst. And in this lecture we see that what are the topics that we cover, and we will cover these topics one by one. So starting with the catalyst, and then we will move on to the homogeneous and the heterogeneous catalysis. So what is these catalysis we are going to study. Then after moving on we will move to the types of catalyst and then to the promoters and poisons. After that we are going to study the enzyme catalyst, that is catalytic activities that are happening in our body are due to the enzymes. So after that we are going to see the characteristics of catalyst, and after studying all of these topics, what you have to do, you have to complete your assignment. So that assignment will be for you. So let's start with the very first topic, that are catalyst. So before moving to the catalyst, I want to tell you that a catalyst are something that increases the rate of reaction. If I say increases, that is not always correct. It alters the rate of reaction. It may increase the rate of reaction, it may decrease the rate of reaction depending upon our availability, what we want to do with that catalyst. So studying, that is catalyst. So what are catalysts? Catalysts are those substances which alters the rate of reactions and themselves do not get changed and remains quantitatively and chemically same before and after the reaction. What does that mean? It simply means that before and after the chemical reaction, the catalyst only remains same as it was before. So what has changed? The change comes in the reactants, and reactant changes to products, but the catalyst that you are using is unaltered. So the catalyst does what? Catalyst alters the rate of the reaction. So what is the meaning of the altering? Altering means it either increases the rate of reaction or it decreases the rate of reaction, depending upon what do we want to achieve. So the phenomena of using catalyst is known as catalysis. So catalysis, if I say the particular substance is catalyzing, it means what? That substance is used as a catalyst for a particular reaction. So how it alters, let us see in this graph. So here you see that the reactants have some energy before the starting of a reaction. They are stable here. They are stable here, or I can say they are in the equilibrium here. So what happens if we start the reaction? There is some energy, or you can say this is the barrier. This is the barrier that the reactants have to achieve. So what does this barrier mean? This barrier is simply the breaking up of chemical bonds. The energy required to break up the chemical bonds between the reactant is this kind of energy. So it is also called as the activation energy. So what is happening here? The reactants are overcoming this energy barrier and move to the products. They are forming a new product. So the reactants are on this level of the energy. So the breaking of bond takes place and a new bonds also takes place with the removal of the energy. So the product comes here like this. But what we are interested in here, not in the mechanism, not in the activation energy. We are interested in here that what effect does it bring when we use the catalyst in our reaction. So before using the catalyst, so what is happening in here before using the catalyst and after using the catalyst? Before using the catalyst, the activation energy barrier is like this. So the reactant molecules have to move up to there, or we can say the energy barrier must be break down for the reaction to proceed. This energy barrier, if this energy barrier breaks down, then the reactant molecules will definitely form the products. But what the effect comes when we use is the catalyst. Catalyst simply lowers down the activation energy. It provides an alternative path. For the reaction. Remember one thing, the starting and the ending of a reaction does not affect it. What is affected by it? Only the path has been affected, or we can say this catalyst is a positive catalyst which increases the rate of reaction. It means that it has decreased the time for the completion of a reaction. So moving on to another, that are the examples. So what are the examples that we study? That is the decomposition of KClO3 or potassium chlorate. So what happens when we heat it? If we heat it, this requires a very much temperature, more than 673 Kelvin. So that much of temperature in the laboratory to achieve is very much difficult. So what we have to do, we are using here the manganese dioxide. Since the manganese dioxide is doing what? Manganese dioxide is a catalyst. It provides an alternative path for the reaction to proceed. And how does it provide the alternative path? Yeah, it is acting as a catalyst. Lower downing the activation energy barrier. If I say, if these are the reactants, they have to move from if they have to move from here to here, and this is what the activation energy. It means that this amount of energy reactant molecules required to convert into products. So what is happening here? Manganese dioxide is providing an alternative path, thereby decreasing their activation energy. So here now the activation energy is only that much. Understood? So this is what the action of a positive catalyst. So what does this positive catalyst mean? We are going to study that in coming slides. So moving on to the another equation, that is nitrogen plus hydrogen gives NH3. So what is here? You see that the combination of nitrogen with hydrogen, if we put them together, they will never ever form ammonia. So when will they form ammonia? They will form ammonia when certain conditions are met. Just like what? Say, if I say the favorable conditions are 450 degrees Celsius, temperature will be about 200 atm and 200 atm. So after providing these conditions, what happens? Yes, this reaction requires also very much temperature. So how can we proceed this reaction? We can proceed this reaction by using a catalyst named as iron. So using the iron catalyst, this reaction temperature has come down to this range, otherwise it would have been a very large quantity. So this was the use of a catalyst. It simply alters the rate of reaction, or I can say it provides an alternative path for the reaction to proceed. Just like if you are at the place A and if you want to go to the place B, so there are many ways you can achieve this. You can take a longer path, you can take a much longer path, or you can take the shortest distance. So there are many paths available. So the shortest distance you are taking is just like what catalyst is doing with the reactants. They are just decreasing or increases the. We uses catalyst mainly for the increase of the rate of reaction. But sometimes some reactions are what? Sometimes some reactions are very fast. They proceed in within a second, and some reactions are that much fast, just like the neutralization reactions, precipitation reactions, that they proceed in the time duration of 10 to the power minus 6 to 10 to the power minus 8 seconds. So just to study their mechanism, we uses what? We uses the negative catalyst, so that the rate of reaction decreases and the time for the completion of reaction increases. Getting? So here what we are using, this is a positive catalyst which increases the rate of reaction. Here iron is doing what? Iron is also acting as a positive catalyst. Mainly we use this catalyst term for increasing the rate of reaction, but you should have known that the catalyst can be of many types: positive, negative, auto and induced catalyst. So what are these names? We are going to study them in the coming slides. So how the catalyst works? Here you see a diagram in which the reactant molecules are coming to a surface. They are making their an intermediate. They are making their what? An intermediate, and from the surface they are moving and converting into the products. So there are basically three steps. What are those steps? That are the breaking up of bond between the reactant molecules and making up of intermediate with the catalyst, and third, the making of bonds between the products. So these are the major steps that involves very much less energy. That's why the activation energy has been decreased. If it was not proceeded that way, how it has been proceeded? It has been proceeded by the breaking up of bond between the reactants and making up of new bonds between the products, and this has required a very much large amount of energy. Getting? So here okay, here what you see, the adsorb, here you see the adsorb reactants. So the reactants are adsorb means that are present on the surface, not absorption. It is simply the adsorption, that is they are attached to the surface or they are present at the surface. So moving to the next slide, that are homogeneous catalysis. So what are homogeneous catalysis? Homogeneous catalysis are those in which the catalyst and the reactants are in the same phase. They have the same physical state. Just for example, if I see this reaction, particularly the conversion of sulfur dioxide to sulfur trioxide in the presence of oxygen, here we use is nitrous oxide. So here you see what the state of this catalyst is gaseous state, and also the state of the reactant is also in the gaseous state. So homogeneous catalysts are what? Homogeneous catalysts are those in which the reactants and the catalysts are in the same phase or in the same physical state. Moving to another reaction, in this reaction you also see in this reaction, you see that if the conversion of this compound into these products requires what? Requires the use of catalyst. Remember one thing, if I haven't used this catalyst, the reaction must have proceeded the same way and it has been completed to give these products only. Remember, the catalyst does what? It only alters the rate of reaction. It never changes the products formed there. So, it is doing what? It is simply enhancing the rate of reaction here in this particular equation. And what we are interested in? We are interested in the homogeneous catalysis, in which the phase of this HCl is same as that of the reactant molecules. So, if this is the homogeneous catalyst, you must have got the idea of what the heterogeneous catalyst would do and they would look like. The homogeneous catalysts are what? In the homogeneous catalyst, the reactant and the catalyst are in the different physical states. So, take us the example, that is sulfur dioxide to the sulfur trioxide requires which catalyst? It is requiring the platinum catalyst, and since it is requiring a platinum catalyst, here you see that this is in the solid state and the reactants are in the gaseous state. So, the products will be the same depending upon the reaction. In the previous reaction, we are using nitrous oxide, which alters the rate of reaction, and here we are using platinum as a catalyst. So, depending upon the catalyst, catalysts are very selective in nature. They only work with the certain reactions. If I have used the iron in the place of platinum, I would have not proceeded this reaction, as the reaction has proceeded with the help of a platinum. So, these are also selective in nature. Remember this thing. Next example we take as the conversion of nitrogen and hydrogen to the ammonia, that is NH3. So, here we are using iron as a catalyst, which is in the solid state, and here the reactant molecules are in the gaseous state. So, this is the heterogeneous catalyst, in which what happens, in which the reactants and the catalyst are in the different phases. Just like the other two examples are also given, in which the ammonia combines with the oxygen to form nitrous oxide and water. In this, you are using platinum. Platinum is a very good catalyst. It catalyzes many reactions, and it is used widely in the industries. Why it is used widely in the industries? Because for understanding that, you need to look into this diagram. So, suppose this is the platinum surface, or this is the surface of the platinum metal. It has what? It has the atoms present like this. So, it provides a surface area, a larger surface area for the reaction to proceed. So, platinum has much affinity for hydrogen, for other gases also. So, it simply does what? Just for an example, if I say, if I have to convert hydrogen and oxygen into water. So, for the initialization of this reaction, what do I require? I have to do some I have to require some amount of energy for this reaction to proceed. But what happens here, if I say these are the atoms of hydrogen, so, and these are what? These are the atoms of oxygen. So, what would have been if I have not used the catalyst? What would be the scenario? So, what happens first of all here? So, first what happens? This bond between the hydrogen and hydrogen atoms would break. So, it requires some certain kind of energy. Then the bond between oxygen and oxygen atoms will break. It also requires some another kind of energy or some large amount of energy. So, what happens? The intermediate would be the hydrogen, hydrogen, oxygen, oxygen. And now what will be happening here? The oxygen is combining with hydrogen. So, they are forming what? They are forming this compound, which is H2O. So, this requires the bond between hydrogen and oxygen and hydrogen and oxygen. If you have not understood with this diagram, you can see just like that, the hydrogen and hydrogen is combining with oxygen and oxygen to form what? H2O. So, what I was saying, that this requires the breaking of this bond, this requires the breaking of this bond and the making of these bonds. This is the symbolic equation, and the previous I have shown you the structural images of this equation. So what the catalyst is doing, what the platinum catalyst is doing for this particular kind of reaction. So moving into that, this would be the scenario if I haven't uses the catalyst, but if I'm using catalyst, what would be this scenario looks like. So okay, so here you are having what? Hydrogen atoms, hydrogen molecules in which the hydrogen atoms are attached to each other. So they have very large affinity for this platinum. They have very large affinity for platinum. I have to change the pen for you to see clearly. They have a very large affinity for this platinum metal. So they simply does what? They combines with the, or they make bond with the platinum. So this is the intermediate. So this is what? This is the intermediate. And now what happens? The amount of energy that would have required for the breaking up of bond between the hydrogen atom has been reduced, because platinum has much higher affinity for hydrogen. So the hydrogen atoms sticks to the platinum till the bond breaks between the oxygen, and after that these hydrogen atoms will be attached to the oxygen atom, and there you see the product like this. So this is what? This is simply oxygen atom which is connected to two hydrogen atoms. Getting? So now you understood how the catalyst works. So moving back to our slide. Okay, so here you see another reaction in which the vegetable oils is converted into the vegetable ghee. The vegetable oil, which is oil, is converted into ghee. The name, the brand that you have heard, that the dalda, the vegetable ghee, is very important for you, but that is not the case. They are very harmful for you. So the oil is converted into ghee. If we talk about the ghee that we used to have in our home, is costly. So they are using what? The industrialists, the industries, they are doing what? They are converting the oils which is cheap to the ghee. So this converted ghee, which has been converted from the vegetables oil, it is called the hydrogenated oil. It is called the hydrogenated oil because in this hydrogen molecule has been added up to the vegetable oil. So this reaction is also called the addition of hydrogen reaction. Okay, we are interested in the catalyst here. So here we uses what? We uses the nickel as a catalyst. Platinum and nickel are very good catalysts. They catalyzes many reaction in industries. So the state of this catalyst is solid state, while the state of the reactants which are present here are either liquid or gaseous state, but not in the solid state. It means that they are different from the catalyst that we are using. So this is all about heterogeneous catalysis. Moving to another slide, that are type of catalyst. So what are the type of catalyst? That is positive catalyst, a negative catalyst, auto catalyst, and the induced catalyst. So these are the type of catalyst, and here you see the diagram in which all the catalysts are present. So what does this positive and all these catalysts do? Let's find it out. So what does the positive catalyst do? The positive catalyst increases the rate of reaction. It means what? That the time required for the completion of a particular reaction, they decreases the time and increases the rate of reaction, or we can say they accelerated the rate of reaction by increasing the speed of the reactant molecules or the collision that is happening between the molecules. So the substances which increases, these are called what? The positive catalyst. These are called what? The positive catalyst, which are increasing the rate of reaction. Here you see equation in which platinum has been used for the conversion of SO2 to SO3, or we can say sulfur dioxide to the sulfur trioxide. This reaction here, it is the reaction of contact process. This is the reaction of contact process. So what does this contact process mean? Contact process is used for the manufacturing of sulfuric acid. So are we interested in the making of sulfuric acid? Yes, of course, because sulfuric acid is called the king of chemicals. Why it is called the king of chemicals? Because it is used for making more than 200 products widely in the industries. The bleaches that we are using, the washing powder that we are using are all made because in their manufacturing somewhere sulfuric acid has been used. So the process of making sulfuric acid is very much important. So how do we achieve it? We achieve it by using the catalyst, that is platinum. And you have also seen in this particular reaction that we have here seen that the hydrogen and oxygen in the presence of platinum catalyst are are forming water. It means what? That the platinum has increased the rate of reaction. Here this was what? Hydrogen and hydrogen atom. This is what? Oxygen and oxygen atoms. And here you see oxygen and hydrogen atoms, just like that. So this reaction is also a, or I can say in this reaction the platinum is also acting as a positive catalyst. So moving to the negative catalyst. Okay, moving on to another example, that is the negative catalyst. So what are the negative catalysts? Negative catalysts are those catalysts which lowers the speed of a reaction or which lowers the rate of a reaction. So are we interested in lowering the rate of a reaction? Yes, just to study the mechanism of certain reactions which proceeded very fast, say about 10 ki power. Some reactions proceeded in 10 ki power minus 8 seconds. So what are those reactions? Those reactions are, I say, neutralization reactions, or the precipitation reactions. Or the precipitation reactions. So in these reactions, the time required for the completion is very low, just less than 1 second. So how do we study their mechanism? So for studying their mechanisms, what we have done, we have using the catalyst that have the negative impact or which increases the rate of reaction. So if I am asking you how the activation energy changes, so yes, you are right, the activation energy increases by using the negative catalyst. Moving to another form of a catalyst, that is autocatalyst. So as the name suggests, what does the autocatalyst means? Autocatalyst means that for the particular reaction, the product that is forming is acting as a catalyst for the reaction. I am repeating again, in autocatalyst reactions, the product that is forming is acting as a catalyst for the particular reaction or for the proceed of a particular reaction. So just reading the statement, if one of the product behaves as a catalyst for the reaction, and what does the catalyst do? It alters the rate of reaction, and generally we talk about and we interested in for the increase, because we do not want to waste time for some reactions to proceed, or we do not want to waste our resources for some reactions to occur. What we will do, we will simply increase the rate of reaction. So these are the autocatalysts, in which what is happening, one of the product that we have used is acting as a catalyst. So here I take an example, that is this is ester, or I can say this is the ethyl ethanoate. So what is ethyl ethanoate and what is ester, that you are going to study in carbon and its compound. So wait. So this reaction, this is what? This is a reaction in which the ester break down into an acid and an alcohol. So what are these acids and alcohols? We are not interested here in these the acids, alcohol and ester. We will study them in detail in carbon and its compounds. So what we are interested in here, we are interested in the catalyst. So for this reaction to occur, very small amount, or we can say for the starting of this reaction, what happens, we require some acid, a few drops of acid for the this reaction to occur. So after the occurring of this reaction, what is happening? The product starts to form. This acid and the alcohol starts to form. So as the acid increases, as in the product the acid increases, what is happening here? It will be acting as a catalyst, because for the breakdown of ester into acids and alcohol, what do we require? We require acid, few drops of acid. So after the completion of the reaction, or I can say during the proceed of this reaction, acid is forming and this acid is acting as a catalyst. So this acid is termed as a auto catalyst for this particular reaction. And you are right, at the starting the speed of this reaction is very low, but as the products are forming, the speed of the reaction increases rapidly, because more the product, more the catalyst, and more the rate of reaction. Okay, moving to another type, that is the induced catalyst. So what are the induced catalysts? Induced catalysts are those catalysts which are required for a particular reaction to proceed. Some reactions do not proceed, but for the completion of the second reaction we are using the particular kind of reaction. What it is? That is, when one of the reaction catalyzes another reaction, and this phenomenon is known as catalysis. So how the one reaction catalyzes another reaction? Suppose I am having this sodium arsenide, and if it combines with oxygen, it has to form some different kind of products. But if I uses only these two reactants, the reaction will never ever proceed. So how does this reaction proceed, and how we get the sodium arsenate? We get the sodium arsenate by using this particular kind of reaction, because in this reaction the sodium sulfide is reacting with oxygen to form sodium sulfate. So when this reaction proceeded in the presence of the sodium sulfide, we are using the sodium sulfide in this reaction also, so that this particular reaction catalyzes this reaction and the products will form. So we are using sodium sulfide along with this reaction, so that they combine with oxygen to form sodium sulfate, and the reaction will carry on to form a new product, which is sodium arsenate. So this is induced catalyst, in which one of the reactant is used as a catalyst for another reaction. Okay, so what are the promoters and activators? You have studied the catalyst, but the certain reactions may require some large amount of temperature or the pressure, or it may take a bit of time than that was required. So what I am using, I am enhancing the efficiency or the capability of catalyst. So how do I enhance the capacity of the catalyst or increases its efficiency? By using the substances that are called the promoters. So promoters are those substances which increases the efficiency of catalyst. Okay, that's a very good point. The catalyst that we are interested in using increases the rate of reaction, but the promoters that we are using also increases the rate of the efficiency of a catalyst. So the reaction proceeds in just in a minutes or in the fraction of second. That's a very good point. Also the temperature and the pressure conditions or the favorable conditions required also they decreases. So what are the promoters and activators? They here you see, they just increase the number of active sites, because what I have said for the catalyst to action, the catalysts are selective in nature, and catalyst does what? Catalyst provides the large surface area for the reactant to form an intermediate, so that they can be converted into product. So these are the large surface areas are what? These are the activation sites. These are what? These are the activation sites. So promoters, how do promoters increases this? The promoter increases this by providing the number of active sites, or by increasing the number of the active sites. Just for an example, if I see for the conversion of nitrogen and hydrogen, we have used iron as a catalyst, but to increase the efficiency of iron as a catalyst, we uses what? Molybdenum as a promoter. So for this reaction we uses molybdenum as a promoter. For this particular reaction, what we use is nickel as a catalyst and copper as a promoter. And for the conversion of carbon monoxide to methanol, which is also an important industrial compound. So we use what? Zinc oxide as a catalyst and chromium oxide as a promoter. So these are the promoters and these are the reactions that you need to study and write in your notebook because they come directly in your examinations. Moving to what? Okay, we have studied that the efficiency of the catalyst has increased, but what happens when the efficiency will decrease, or what happens when the efficiency decreases? How the efficiency decreases, and why do we are interested in the decreasing the efficiency of a catalyst? No, we are not interested, but the gases, the substances are present in the atmosphere. If by default those gases or the substances come in contact with the catalyst, they decreases their capability. Just for an example, if I say the conversion of SO2 to SO3, we require platinum as a catalyst. We require what? We require platinum as a catalyst. So platinum is a very important and very costly metal. It is very important and very costly metal. So what happens when this platinum comes in contact with arsenic oxide? When this catalyst comes in contact with arsenic oxide, this is the arsenic oxide, it is in the gaseous form. If anyhow this arsenic oxide comes into this particular reaction, or if it comes into this reaction, what happens? It decreases the platinum. It simply does what? The catalyst we are using must have the activation site. It blocks the activation sites. If it is blocking the activation sites, then how the reaction will proceed with the efficiency? So this here arsenic oxide is acting as a negative catalyst for platinum. So you should remember that if you are working in some industry, or if you are interested in making some of the products where we are using very costly metal, then what we have to do, we have to take the precautions that for this reaction arsenic sulfide is acting as a negative catalyst, or we can say it is acting as a poison. Remember the two things. The arsenic sulfide is acting as a poison. So arsenic sulfide for this particular reaction, or we can say the catalytic poisons are not the catalyst. They will not affect the rate of a reaction. If I have not used platinum in this place, if I simply used arsenic sulfide, the reaction would have not been affected. But if I am using the platinum for increasing the rate of a reaction, and by default this arsenic oxide comes in contact with this platinum, what will happen? This will block the activation sites, and the reaction will take more time to proceed than as it is required, than as it would have taken when the platinum was there. So these are called the catalytic poisons, and another name is what? Anti-catalyst. Moving to another slide, that are enzyme catalysis. So this is also a very much important topic. What are the enzyme catalysis? In our body, the food we intake is broken down into the simpler substances. So how do they broke down into simpler substances? With the help of the enzymes that are present in our body. So these enzymes are called as a biocatalyst. These enzymes are called as a biocatalyst, or you can simply term them as a enzyme catalysis. Just for an example, what happens here? The breakdown of sugar molecule into glucose and fructose requires this invertase enzyme. The conversion of glucose into ethanol and carbon dioxide requires the zymase enzyme. So remember one thing, the invertase enzyme would have not completed, or would have not catalyzes this particular kind of reaction. The enzyme catalysts are also very selective in nature. So here you see, this is the activation energy barrier. This is the activation energy barrier. For the reactant to get completed into products, what would have required? It have required to move this path. If I take the food, if I am not using any kind of enzyme, then the food side B will take 2 to 4 days for the complete breakdown. But with the help of enzymes, this process increases and it get completed in 2 to 3 hours. So this is the beauty of enzymes. So this enzymes does what? Enzymes simply the rate of reaction. So here you see the time required for the completion of reaction will be very low. Another example is that the conversion of starch into maltose is done with the enzyme called diastase. So these are the enzymes that you need to remember. You are going to study these enzymes in your biology, but for the competitive examinations you need to remember the names of these enzymes. Okay, moving to another slide, that is the characteristic of catalyst. So what are the characteristics of a catalyst? First of all, the catalyst remains unaltered in mass and chemical formula. Yes, it is of course the very much important. If it has, the catalyst would have reacted with the reactants, then it would have not been called as a catalyst. So catalyst remains unaltered. Only the reaction has proceeded. It might their physical state may change, but they are not reacting with any of the reactant molecules. Their mass remains always the same and their composition also remains the same. They are highly efficient. And how they are highly efficient? The catalyst provide the surface areas, or we can say the activation sites for the reaction to proceed. So if we increases the surface area, what would happen? If we increases the surface area for a particular reaction, what happens? The work of the catalyst increases, the rate of the reaction increases to very much extent. So they are highly efficient. And how we are using those catalysts? We are using these. You can see here, these are the holes which provides what? Which provides the larger surface area, so that the molecules can come in contact with these surfaces and will form an intermediate and get converted into the product as fast as they can. So these are the catalysts that are used in some industries. Also you can see the another type of catalyst, that is like this. So here you see also these are the activation sites. Here you see these are the activation sites which increases the surface area for a particular reaction. Next, the catalyst cannot initiate a reaction. This is an important point, because if you are using the catalyst that would have not initiated the reaction, that simply increases the rate of a reaction by decreasing the activation energy. Moving on to another, that is they are highly specific. For an example, if I say a certain catalyst is working, a certain compound is working as a catalyst for some reaction, will not work same for the particular different kind of reactions. So they are also very selective in nature. I have told you that for the invertase enzyme or the invertase catalyst will act only with the sugar. It will not act with the glucose molecule. Next, that is they cannot change the equilibrium state. They do not alter the equilibrium state. The starting and the completion of the reaction remains the same. What happens and what has increased or decreased? The time has either increased or decreased. If you are using the catalyst that is positive in nature, then the time decreases and the speed of the reaction has been increased. The next point is they are highly active under particular optimum temperature and pH ranges. The catalyst work very effectively in a particular temperature ranges. In the industries, the work on the catalyst, the study on the catalyst is very much important before taking some compounds or some elements as a catalyst for particular reactions to proceed. So moving on to another, let's now take some of the questions for you, that are question number 8 of exercise 1 you have to do, and for the objective part you have to do question 7 to 12. So this is your assignment, you have to do by your own. So this is all about catalyst and this is all about this particular lecture. Okay students, thank you all. We'll meet in the next lecture.
Hello students, I am Roshni Goyal. RG ma'am is with you to start the lecture number 3 about cell. Till now we have studied about cell wall, cell membrane. Now the mystery is going to be more enjoying. Okay, so what the things which are going to be read in this lecture is about main the cell organelles and many more things we are going to discuss in this lecture. So let's move on. So first, the basic definition of the cell you have studied in lecture number 1 as well as in 2 also. What is cell? Cell is the basic structural and fundamental unit of life, students. Okay, then we studied about cell wall and then next cell membrane. Okay, so moving on towards our next slide, we can see the contents. Okay, so in this content I am going to discuss you about first the cell organelle. What is the cell organelle? Cell organelle are the heroes of the cell. What are the heroes? Because they perform the main functions of the cell. Means all the metabolic and the catabolic functions are regulated by all the cell organelles. Okay. If there is a synthesis of anything inside our body that occurs in the cell organelles and then transformed into another cell organelle. Okay, that functions we are going to discuss in this content. Okay, so first one is cell organelle. Then we are going to study about the types of cell organelle. Now students, I want to tell you about, okay, I told you about the double membranous and the single membranous structure, but I am going to tell you about the third type, that is non-membranous structure also. Okay, so types are based on the basis of what, students? Membranes. Now next, plastid. Plastid is the main cell organelle which is present inside the plant cell. Okay, plastid is the main cell organelle which is present inside the plant cell. Fourth, light reaction. What is light reaction and how ATP and NADPH are synthesized inside the plant cells. And last one is the dark reaction. What is dark reaction and why it is important for the plant cells to occur? So today we are going to discuss about all the plant parts, or we can say the plant metabolism which is going to be happen inside it and why we get so much of tasty fruits and vegetables around us. Okay, so first let start us on about the cell organelle. So what is the basic definition of the cell organelle we are going to discuss in this slide. So what are cell organelles? What are cell organelles? So first I am going to write my term which I used for it. It is the hero of the cell. Hero means, why I am calling is that hero? Hero means the play role. Everything which is going to be happen inside the cell are controlled by cell organelles mainly. Okay. Now, if we talk about the definition of it, so what are they? They are the subcellular structures. Why I am calling it as subcellular? Because they are embedded inside the cell. If we consider the structure of the cell here, students, in these lectures, first is, if you can see here, it is a structure of the cell in which the cell membrane, the cytoplasm, the nucleus and the nucleolus is present, which I told you in the second lecture as well. Now, many cell organelles like mitochondria, endoplasmic reticulum, ribosome, lysosome, peroxisome, glyoxysome and many more are present inside the cell. Now, these are known as what? Organoids or protoplasmic bodies. I told you in the second lecture also, cytoplasmic inclusions considered two things. First is the living structure and second one is the non-living structure. If we talk about the living structure, they are considered as organoids, and if we talk about the non-living structures, they are considered as ergastic bodies. So cell organelles are the living structures and also known as organoids or protoplasmic bodies. Okay, now we will move on towards the next slide. First we will consider about the three divisions of the cell organelles on the basis of membrane. First is the double membrane, second one is the single membrane and the last one is the non-membranous, that does not contain any membrane. So first one is about the double membranous structure. Now I told you about the double membranous structure. It is like this. Okay, there is an outer membrane and there is inner membrane as well. Now these both membranes are separated by a interstitial space, okay, or intermembrane space. Pay attention here students, they both are separated by intermembrane space, and that intermembrane space is for the transfer of molecules or ions. Okay. Now, single membrane means they do not have two membrane, they have only a single membrane. Okay. Now, the examples are endoplasmic reticulum, Golgi apparatus, lysosomes, peroxisomes, glyoxysomes, and many more. Now, the third one is non-membranous. Non-membranous means they do not have any kind of membrane around them. Okay, they do not have a protective covering. You can say membrane is a protective covering. Okay, the outermost part of the any cell. So they do not have any kind of membrane around them. Examples are cell organelles like ribosomes, centrosomes, microtubules do not contain any kind of membrane. Now do not get confused about these kind of terms that what ma'am is talking about. Okay, we will discuss each and every cell organelle in the upcoming lectures also. So in this content we will discuss briefly about plastid. So next slide, I am moving towards plastid. Now, do you think so plastid is only of one type? Why some plants are colorless? Why some plants have many colors? Many fruits, vegetables are so colorful that we are attracted by their color only. Okay, you see the flower of lily, you see the flower lilac color. You can see any kind of flowers with different colors. You can see rose. Rose has red color, white color, yellow color, pink color. Why the color appears? Okay, so the plastid is divided into three categories, student. Okay, on the basis of storage of food, color, and photosynthetic processes. Okay, so first one is leucoplast. Okay, plastid is divided into three categories. First one is leucoplast. Now, what is leucoplast, students? Leuco means colorless and plast means plastid. So if any part of the plant, or you can say anything which comes or produces out from the plant, like any fruit, any vegetable, which do not have any kind of color, they are considered as colorless, and the pigment which is present inside them will be leucoplast. Okay, we will discuss the functions and the role of them briefly in the next slide. I am just giving you a small overview here. Next one is chromoplast. Chromo means color and plast means plastid. Chromo means color and plast means plastid. So if we see the fruits, vegetables, stems, leaves, flowers, anything in the plant part which is colored, the pigment which is responsible or the thing which is responsible for it will be what? Chromoplast. As you know, students, you are familiar with this term. Chloro means what? Chlorophyll, and plast means plastid. So it is bifurcated into two. Chloro means chlorophyll and plast means what? Plastid. Now you have understood the types of plastid on the basis of color pigment, on the basis of storage, and on the basis of photosynthesis. The main part of the photosynthesis is controlled by chloroplast, and how it is controlled, what are its structure and what are its function, we will consider these things in this lecture only. Now moving on towards the next slide, we are going to discuss a very good thing. The thing is about all these three. Okay, so what are their functions and why they are important for a plant part. So first we will talk about the leucoplast. As I told you, leucoplast means it is colorless, or we can say that it is white in color. So it is non-pigmented, or we can say that it is white in color. And now where it is found? So the question arises where it is found. So if we are talking about the storage thing, then we should consider mainly the part which are underground, like stems, roots. Now you are bit confused that why ma'am is saying stem as an underground part. Yes students, stem is considered as underground part of the plant also. Okay, so they are found generally in the underground part of the plant that is not written here, okay, and it is important for the storage of the food. Why it is important for storage of food? Because they can store the food in the form of proteins, lipids, carbohydrates, oils, etc. So if they are storing the food in the form of protein, then they are known as what? Aleuroplast. Okay, if they are storing in the food in the form of protein, then they are known as aleuroplast. Next term, if they are storing the food in the form of oil, then they are known as elaioplast. Okay, what they are known as? Elaioplast. And the last one, if they are storing the food in the form of starch, if they are storing the food in the form of starch, then they are known as what, students? Amyloplast. And that it is the very important term. You should remember this term and put a star mark here, because in many examinations it is asked. Okay, now the great thing that arises in our mind, that is starch is also stored in our body, or our body stores starch as a food. So this confusion arises in our mind. So to clear this thing, I want to tell you that plant stores the food in the form of starch, but in animal cell, the food is stored in the form of glycogen. Okay, so do not get confused by the two terms. Now moving on towards the next pigment, that is chromoplast. Chromo means colored, as I tell you. So colored means they can be, except green, they can be of any color, like red, like yellow, like brown. So if they are representing the brown color, so if they are representing the brown color, then they are known as pheoplast. Okay, if they are representing brown color, then they are known as pheoplast. And if they are representing red color, then they are known as rhodoplast. Okay, you have to remember these terms, because in sometimes competitive examinations, they can be asked from you. Okay, now what is the main function and where they are found? They can be found in flowers, they can be found in stems, they can be found in leaves. Okay, they can be found in branches as well as, okay. Now, what is the main function? Their main function is to provide color. Now, the great important thing about chromoplast is going to tell you that chromoplast is the main pigment which is responsible for pollination. Pollination term, you are familiar, students, with this term, but I am going to tell you it again. Pollination is the transfer of the pollen grains to stigma, and a new flower or a new any fruit can be produced. Okay. Now, they are responsible for pollination, and the second thing they are responsible is seed dispersal. Now, you are not familiar with this term seed dispersal, student. If any animal is chewing a fruit and the seeds are stuck on its neck, then the seeds and the animal is going to move from one place to another. If it moves from one place to another, the seeds are going to be shed off from its body on some soil part. So the seeds which has been shed off from its body, then they are growing into a new plant on that place. Okay. So seed dispersal and pollination are both the main functions of chromoplast pigment. Now I am moving toward the last pigment, that is chloroplast. So chloroplast represents what? The colored pigment, that is green pigment, the main pigment which is present in plants. Okay, the green pigment is chlorophyll, which is found inside the plants. It can be found in leaves, it can be found in stems, it can be found in branches as well as. Okay, now what is the main function of chlorophyll? Chlorophyll pigment is responsible for photosynthesis process in the plant. Okay, chlorophyll pigment is responsible for photosynthesis in plant. What is photosynthesis, student? The preparation of the own food by a plant in the presence of sunlight, and the term we use is chlorophyll. Okay, now if we consider this, now the main function I have told you, you have learned about all the three plast, that is first is leucoplast, it is colorless, second one chromoplast, it is colored, and last one is chlorophyll pigment, that is chloroplast. Great question that will arise in your mind is, ma'am, all the three pigments are present inside the plant at the same time or not? Now, what is this? Is the plant containing only chloroplast and leucoplast? Is the plant containing leucoplast and chromoplast? Now, who is responsible for photosynthesis process in this plant if chloroplast is lagging? So, what they will do? Students, I want to tell you about this thing that three of the pigments can be present at the same time in a particular plant. One will be responsible for the storage of food. Second one will be responsible for what? The pollination process, or we can say the colorful pigments, or the colored leaves, the colored stems, the colored fruits, the colored flowers, and the last one which is responsible for the photosynthetic process. Okay, so three of them can be considered at a particular time in a particular plant. So do not get confused that three of the pigments are present at a particular time or not. They are present inside the plant and they perform their functions accordingly. Okay. Now, I want to tell you a good example of your daily life routine. You have seen green chili. Okay, green chili is converted into red chili. Now, what is the great significance behind it? Green chili is converted into red chili. So, can these pigments can be interconverted? Yes, students, these pigments can be interconverted. If we consider green chili, then the chloroplast pigment is present inside it. But now this pigment has been transformed to chromoplast and it has become what? Red in color. Means now this chloroplast has got converted into rhodoplast pigment. So green chili has been converted to red chili. So this is the great significance and you should remember this example because in many exams it has been asked also. These pigments are interconvertible. Okay. Now we are moving on towards the next slide. Chloroplast. Now as the name suggests, chloro means chlorophyll and the plast means plastid. Now first thing, it is a double membranous structure. Okay, double membrane we have discussed a lot of time. Inner membrane, outer membrane, intermembrane space. Okay. Now, chloroplast was discovered by Anton von Leeuwenhoek, A.V. Leeuwenhoek. Okay, he discovered chloroplast pigment. Now, the name was given by Schimpfer. Okay, these both names are written over here, A.V. Leeuwenhoek, Anton von Leeuwenhoek, and name was given by whom? Schimpfer. Next, chloroplast can take different types of shapes also. It can be ribbon shaped, it can be discoidal, it can be spiral, it can be U-shaped, it can be horse shaped and many more shapes depending upon the type of organism it is being residing. Okay. Now, if we consider blue-green algae, they are not more developed plants. So, chloroplast is present in U-shaped or horseshoe-shaped structure. Now, I am drawing it over here. You can see it. This is the shape of a green algae, or you can say a blue-green algae known as what? Chlamydomonas. Okay, now we can see the shape of chloroplast here as horseshoe shaped, or you can say it as U-shaped. So, this is the shape of chloroplast. This is the shape of chloroplast over here. So, this is the chloroplast which is present inside Chlamydomonas. Okay. Now, it can be represented as ribbon shaped, spiral shaped, girdle shaped. So, I am going to show you the different shapes here. Now, I am going to show you the girdle shaped structure of chloroplast. Okay. It is like this, students. Okay, this shape is known as what? Girdle shape. Okay, so this chloroplast is represented in the form of girdle. Now, next one. Now I am going to represent the helical shaped structure of chloroplast. The helical shape is like spiral. Okay, it is like this. You can see in your notebooks a spiral binding type. Okay, so this represents the chloroplast and it is of like what? Spiral shaped. Okay, it can be discoidal also, disc-like. So you can consider in many type of shapes. Now, did you understand about the chloroplast? What is chloroplast? It is a green pigment which is present inside the plant, which is responsible for photosynthesis process, discovered by Leeuwenhoek and name given by Schimpfer. And various shapes and sizes are present of chloroplast. It can be discoidal, it can be U-shaped, it can be ribbon shaped, it can be spiral, okay, it can be disc shaped, it can be coiled, anything, any type of shape is present depending upon the type of plant cell in which it is present. If it is present in lower plants, then the shape differs a lot, and if it is present in higher plant, then the shape differs a lot here. So, next, moving towards the next slide. Now, the great important thing is about chloroplast, that it is divided into two parts. First is grana and second one is thylakoid. Okay, now what is grana and what is thylakoid? I am going to make you discuss this thing through a diagram representation. So first, if we consider chloroplast, it has two parts. First is grana and second one is thylakoid. Now what is grana? So grana is a lamellar system, or we can say it is a small vacuole type shaped, elliptical shape you can say here. Grana is an elliptical shaped structure which is present inside the chloroplast. The shape represents like this. And if we consider about a single grana, this single grana is represented as thylakoid. If you consider grana is a single structure, okay, it is a lamellar structure which is present in elliptical form. Okay, now if only a single grana is known as thylakoid. If thylakoids are stacked over each other, then they are known as what? Grana or granum. Did you understand my point? Now, the point is written over here also. Each granum of chloroplast is formed by superimposed closed compartment called thylakoid. Means it is a single thylakoid over here. Okay. And if these thylakoids are stacked over each other, then this term is known as what? Grana. Okay, students. Now, next point. So, students, did you understand my point about grana and thylakoid? I am going to explain you through a whiteboard diagram. Okay. Now we will study about the grana and the thylakoid structure. Now, how grana are formed by thylakoids. Okay, so if we consider about thylakoids, so first this elliptical structure represent what, students? Thylakoid. Okay, now if these thylakoids are stacked over one another, then this complete structure is known as grana. Okay, if this single thylakoid is stacked over one another like this, okay, this whole complete structure is known as what? Grana or granum. We can say it in plural form. Did you understand this thing? So, small elliptical structure is known as thylakoid, means this thing will be known as thylakoid if we talk about only one part. But if they are overstacked over one another, then this is known as what? Grana or granum. Now, moving on towards the next point. The next point tells us about that the quantosomes that lie inside the Thylakoid. Now what are quantosomes? What are the pigments present inside the thylakoid? So we are going to understand this thing through a diagram here. This is the thylakoid, you know this thing very well. Now in this thylakoid, the pigments are present. Okay, the pigments means the chlorophyll pigments are present. Okay, responsible for photosynthesis of the plant. Now these chlorophyll pigments, if they are present in bulk, so they are known as quantosomes. If a single pigment is present, then it will be known as pigment only, chlorophyll pigment. But they are present in bulk. Okay. Here. So if they are 230 in number, 230 chlorophyll pigments are present. Then this 230 chlorophyll pigment, if we talk about, then they are known as what, students? Quantosomes. Okay. Now did you understand? I am going to repeat it again if you are getting confused. First I told you about thylakoid. What is thylakoid? It is a single elliptical structure, lamellar structure. Now if the thylakoids are stacked over one another, okay, then this is known as what? Grana or granum. And each thylakoid contains the chlorophyll pigments. Okay, so chlorophyll pigments are more in number, means they are around 230 in number. Then this collection is known as what? Quantosomes. Okay, did you get this thing? Okay, now it is written over here also. Each quantosome possesses 230 chlorophyll molecules inside it. Internal structure of chloroplast. Now, how the structure of chloroplast has been designed. Okay. So, you can see the diagram over here. But in diagrams, students are little bit confused that where is grana, where is thylakoid, what is the intermembrane space. Okay. So, what is the stroma and what are the intermembrane space, anything else which is present inside the chloroplast. So we are going to take an overview by drawing a particular diagram, and you have to draw that diagram in your notebooks with me. Okay. So we are going to draw over here the diagram of chloroplast, and you have to remember this diagram because it is very important. Okay, it is very important for your examinations because many questions are put on by this diagram only. So first, the thing that comes in your mind is that it is double membranous structure. So first membrane will be represented as outer membrane and the second membrane will be represented as inner membrane. So I am going to draw here the inner membrane also. Okay. Now this is the outer membrane, students. Outer membrane consists of lesser proteins. What? Lesser proteins. And if we talk about outer membrane, students, it is permeable in nature. Permeable means anything, any molecule or any ion can move outside and inside from this membrane. Okay. Now, if we talk about inner membrane, inner membrane has more proteins. Inner membrane has more proteins and it is what? Semi-permeable or selectively permeable in nature. Okay, so I will write here semi-permeable. You can write the term selectively also. Both the two terms are correct for it. Okay, now why it is semi-permeable? Because it does not allow the entry and exit of unknown molecules of ions. Okay, now this space which is present between both of the two membrane, it is known as what? Intermembrane space. Intermembrane space. Okay. Now the main thing which is present inside the chloroplast, first I am going to tell you about is stroma. What is stroma? This is like the cytoplasm of the cell. Okay, stroma is the matrix in which all the things like grana, thylakoids, everything is present. Okay, now this is what? This is stroma. Stroma of the chloroplast. Now the main two important parts of the chloroplast are grana and thylakoid. Okay, now we will draw grana over here and thylakoid over here. Now what is grana, what is thylakoid? I told you this thing. A small elliptical structure is known as thylakoid, and if this structure gets overlapped, or we can say that stacks over each another, then the stacking forms the grana. Okay. Now we can draw it over here. This type of arrangement you can see here. Okay, now they are interconnected. Okay, they are interconnected, students. With each other. And they are interconnected by the intermembrane also. This inner membrane gets connected to these structures. Now I am going to tell you thylakoid and grana. Now this thing is thylakoid. This one structure which is present over here in elliptical shape, and if they are overstacked one another, then this complete structure is known as what? Grana. Okay, this complete structure is known as what? Grana, or we can say it as granum also. Now the small chlorophyll pigments are present inside thylakoid. So I am going to draw it over here with a different color. So you can see it. These are what? These are what? Chlorophyll pigments. And these chlorophyll pigments, if they are present more in number, means if 230 chlorophyll pigments are present inside a thylakoid, then they are considered as quantosomes. Okay, so if they are 230 in number, then it is considered as quantosomes. Okay, did you understand the structure of chloroplast? Now you are aware with everything which is present inside the chloroplast. First is the outer membrane, second one is the inner membrane, then there is intermembrane space, then there is a stroma, or we can say matrix also, in which everything is present. So stroma can be written as matrix also. Okay, now the thylakoids are present. If thylakoids are overstacked with one another, then this structure is known as what? Grana. Okay, and these grana contains what? Chlorophyll pigments. Chlorophyll pigments, if they are more in number, means if they are 230 in number, then they are known as quantosomes. So yeah, now you are familiar with the structure of the chloroplast. Now see, we will see each and everything in our diagram. So in this diagram you can see over here the structure which I have drawn and this structure are definitely same, but this is an animated form and I have drawn it carefully for you. Okay, so this is the outer membrane having lesser proteins and this is the inner membrane. Okay, now there is space between them. This is known as what? Intermembrane space. Now the stroma or the matrix which is present inside the chloroplast. Okay, a single structure is known as what? Thylakoid, and if they are stacked over one another, then they are known as what? Granum. So now you are familiar with the diagram, and did you understood each and everything which is present inside the chloroplast of the cell? Okay, now the next part is about the functions of them. Now what the functions? What are the great functions which are performed by the grana and the thylakoids? As you know students, the chlorophyll is the basic pigment for the process of photosynthesis for plants. So First function, if we talk about grana are the site of light reaction. Now what is light reaction? Light reaction is responsible for the generation or production of ATP, adenosine triphosphate, and NADPH, nicotinamide adenosine dinucleotide phosphate. Now what are they and why the plant requires them? As you know somewhat that the energy is present in the form of ATP in our body also and in plant cells also. So it is the great important thing which will be responsible for energy. Okay, so if we talk about the grana, so light reactions occurs inside grana, and what are light reactions that are going to discuss in brief in this lecture only. Okay, now stroma is, I just told you, it is a matrix or a clear liquid or a transparent substance in which the both grana and the thylakoids are embedded in it. Okay, now besides this is contain lipid droplets also, lipid droplets or starch grains or ribosomes also, which are the part of that cell only. Now next, what is the function of stroma here? Stroma is responsible for dark reaction of photosynthesis. Now what is dark reaction and what is light reaction and what are the great differences between both of the two, that we are going to study in the next slide. Okay, so we are going to start about the light reaction. Now what is light reaction? You have seen and you have read it in your earlier classes also that chlorophyll pigment is the basic pigment and light is the basic thing which is responsible for the photosynthesis process, and because of photosynthesis plant prepare their own food and this own food is given to us and we eat it. Now how this own food is produced and where the energies or where the enzymes are situated and why they are used, in which processes they are used, we are going to study in this light reaction. So what is light reaction? Light reaction is the reactions in which the presence of sunlight is necessary. First thing is that, and they are responsible for the generation or the production of the molecules like ATP, that is adenosine triphosphate, and NADPH, nicotinamide adenosine dinucleotide phosphate. You have to learn the full form of these abbreviations, students. Okay, because they are important and they are asked in NTSC level or NSO level examinations also. So if we talk about ATP, adenosine triphosphate, and NADPH, nicotinamide adenosine dinucleotide phosphate. Okay, now we will study about the light reaction, and light reaction is important for plants. As I said, we require energy. Okay, we consume food, energy is produced, and then we run, then we do gymming, then we do studies and anything else in our daily life routine. Similarly, plants also require energy for the production of fruits, for the production of vegetables, for the production of flour. So first I am going to talk about the light reaction, and it is very important, students. Light reaction. Now please consider it as an important part. Okay, do not consider it as a high level. It is not high level. It is considered in 9th class only if you give the competitive examinations. Okay, so if we talk about light reaction is a reaction which is responsible for photosynthesis. Light is necessary. Remember this thing. If light is not present, light reaction will not occur. Light means sunlight. Okay, because the electrons are transformed from sunlight towards the photosystems. Okay, now if we consider light reaction, two main things are produced. First thing is what? ATP, and second thing is what? NADPH. Now what is ATP, students? It is adenosine triphosphate, and second one is nicotinamide adenosine dinucleotide phosphate. So I told you we require energy to do work. Similarly, plants also require energy to do work, and they require energy in the form of ATP and NADPH, which is produced through light reaction. Now how it is produced, that is a great mystery which I am going to resolve here only. Okay, so dinucleotide phosphate. You should learn the full forms of these abbreviations, students, because they are very necessary for your upcoming examinations. Okay, you will not get by the terms, you will not get confused by the terms. Okay, now I am starting, before starting light reaction, I am going to tell you about this thing, that in plants chlorophyll pigments are present in the form of chlorophyll A, chlorophyll B, chlorophyll C, etc. And in plants there are two systems for light reaction. First is photosystem 1 and second one is photosystem 2. I am writing it over here so that you will not get confused. First is photosystem 1 and second one is photosystem 2. Now I want to tell you this thing, that photosystem 1 captures the light of wavelength 700 nanometer. I am repeating myself. Photosystem 1 captures the light of wavelength 700 nanometer. So we can write it as, in short abbreviated form, PS1. So we can write it as, in short abbreviated form, PS1, and it captures the light of 700 nanometer wavelength. And if we talk about photosystem 2, it is represented by the abbreviation PS2, and it is represented as, like, it absorbs the light wavelength. It is represented by the abbreviation PS2 and it absorbs the light of wavelength 680 nanometer. It absorbs the light of wavelength 680 nanometer. Now you are familiar with these terms, so you are not going to get confused when I am going to start the light reaction, and the light reaction start from the photosystem 2 as well. Okay, now I am going to start the light reaction on the next page. Okay, now what happens, students, when the light falls on the plant? So what will happen, how the photosynthesis is taking place? So first, if we talk about the photosystem 2, it is absorbing the light of wavelength 680 nanometer. Okay, now the photosystem 2 has the pigment chlorophyll A, okay, and many other pigments are present over it. Now in this, chlorophyll A is present. Okay, now what happens when the light falls on the plant? When the sunlight falls over the plant, the electrons are released. When the sunlight falls over the plant, the electrons are transferred here. Okay, now the electrons are transferred here to the chlorophyll pigment A. Now this chlorophyll pigment A transfers the electron towards the above step, and the above step is the primary electron acceptor. In short abbreviated form, I am going to say it as PEA. I am writing the full form of the abbreviations here. You can see the full forms here. Okay, so PEA is primary electron acceptor. Now what happens, student? This electron is being transferred to PEA. Now what happens? This electron turns down to the gradient. Okay, means it is being transformed through many electron acceptor and it comes to the downward electron gradient. Okay, this is the electron transport chain. I will tell you all the things again. Do not get worried about anything. Okay, so first is the PQ, that is known as plastoquinone. Second one is the CY, that is cytochrome, and the last one is PC, that is plastocyanin pigment. These all are the pigments which are responsible for the transfer of electron from PS system 2 to PS system 1. Okay, now I am writing the full form of these abbreviations here. The PQ represent the plastoquinone. Okay, CY is the cytochrome and PC is plastocyanin. Okay, did you understand this thing? Plastocyanin. Okay, note down these abbreviation, full form of these abbreviations because they are important. Now what happens, student? I am going to tell you it again. When the sunlight fall on the plant, what happens, student? When the sunlight falls on the chlorophyll A of the plant, the chlorophyll A transform these two electrons toward the primary electron acceptor, okay, which is represented as PEA. Now these electrons move toward the electron transport chain and turns down the gradient. Okay, so these electrons are transformed through here to where? Photosystem 1. Okay, the same pigment chlorophyll is present over here. Chlorophyll is present over here and small pigments are also present over here. Okay, now what happens, student? In between the transfer of these electrons, the extra electrons loses their energy. Do you know this thing? If anything comes from higher level towards lower level, it loses energy. So when these electrons comes from higher gradients towards lower gradient, they loses their extra energy. And if they lose their extra energy here, then what happens, students? The ADP, that is adenosine diphosphate, get combined with inorganic phosphate PI. PI is inorganic phosphate. Adenosine diphosphate gains inorganic phosphate, means one group is added to di, so di becomes tri. So this adenosine diphosphate, by gaining an inorganic phosphate, is getting converted to what? Adenosine triphosphate. So main thing and the first thing which we want to produce is produced over here, means this ATP is gained over here. I will explain the whole process again, don't worry. Okay, so this adenosine diphosphate gains the inorganic phosphate group and gets converted to adenosine triphosphate. Okay, now first product of energy is being synthesized. Now we are moving towards the next product. Next will be the two electrons are getting transferred towards the photosystem 1. Now this is of wavelength 700 nanometer. Now what happens, student, in the next step? This electron is being transferred to the primary electron acceptor. Now what happens, students? The electron which is being transferred from photosystem 2 reaches photosystem 1 and then it is transformed to what? The primary electron acceptor. Now what happens? This primary electron acceptor gives 2 electrons to the pigment known as FD. To the pigment known as FD, and the abbreviation FD represent ferredoxin. Okay, now what happens? The production of NADPH now occurs. The question, did it accept the electrons or did it accept the protons? Now the thing is, as part of the light reaction, in this thing, the main important thing is that in this, photolysis of water also occurs. Now, what is photolysis of water? Here, see here, students, I am drawing with a green color. Here, H2O is taken and it breaks into H plus, 2 electrons and nascent oxygen. Okay, this nascent oxygen will combine to another oxygen and then it will form a molecule over here. Okay, now what happens? Water do photolysis and this photolytic reaction will result in the formation of a proton, a electron and a oxygen. Now these electrons are being transferred to ferredoxin. Okay, now the main product which is going to be formed in the light reaction will be, now next one is NADP, NADPH. Okay, now NADP is present inside it. The NADP is going to accept the protons which are coming from the photolysis of water. So the protons which are produced through photolysis of water are being added to NADP. Okay, when these two protons are getting added to NADP, it turns into what? NADPH2, and this is the main product of this light reaction. So we got both the products. First is ATP and second one is NADPH2. The first compound that is going to be synthesized in this reaction is a 3-carbon compound which is known as phosphoglycerate. What is phosphoglycerate? PGA, the 3-carbon compound. And the second compound which is going to be synthesized during this reaction is a 5-carbon compound which is known as RUBP. RUBP abbreviation represents ribulose biphosphate. Okay, what? Ribulose biphosphate. So I am going to tell you about this reaction, that if dark reaction, if we consider, so the first compound that is going to be formed in dark reaction will be a 3-carbon compound which is known as what? PGA, phosphoglycerate. And the second compound which is going to be formed in this reaction is a 5-carbon compound which is known as RUBP. And RUBP full form is ribulose biphosphate. Okay, now this is the diagrammatic representation of the dark reaction, but nothing is being mentioned here. Okay, where you can see PGA, where you can see RUBP, nothing is mentioned here. So we are going to label this diagram by ourselves only. Now I am going to tell you how the carbon dioxide is being used. So first thing is that in dark reaction, it occurs in 3 steps. Okay, the dark reaction occurs in 3 steps. First step is carboxylation, means addition of carbon dioxide. Second step is reduction. Okay, and the third step is regeneration of RUBP. I will repeat myself. It occurs in 3 steps. First step is carboxylation, addition of carbon dioxide. Second step is reduction, and the third step is regeneration of RUBP. Okay, so I am writing it over here. First step you should learn, that is carboxylation. Second step is reduction. And what is reduction? Did you know this thing? What is reduction, students? It is the addition of hydrogen, you can say. Okay, or last step is regeneration. And the last step is regeneration of RUBP. Now what is RUBP? I told you the 2 products will be formed during this reaction. First is PGA, phosphoglyceraldehyde, and second one is RUBP, ribulose biphosphate. Now how they are going to be formed? You can see here that the labeling is not there. Okay, you can see the small circular portions are mentioned over here. Now we will name them. So first thing is RuBP. RuBP consumes the 3 carbon dioxide molecules. Okay, it is a compound which contains 5 carbon atoms. You can write it as 5C, and this consumes 3 carbon dioxide molecules for the synthesis of what? Phosphoglyceric acid. Okay, now here the phosphoglyceric acid is synthesized. Phosphoglyceric acid synthesized. Now what happens? Phosphoglyceric acid gets converted to 1,3-diphosphoglyceric acid. Okay, 1,3-diphosphoglyceric acid. Okay, in this process, the ATP gets converted to ADP by releasing an molecule of inorganic phosphate. Listen students, this ATP is converted to ATP by releasing a single molecule of inorganic phosphate, which is used for converting phosphoglyceric acid to 1,3-diphosphoglyceric acid. Okay, so if one ATP gets converted to one ADP, it releases what? One group of inorganic phosphate, and this group of inorganic phosphate is added to phosphoglyceric acid, that is getting converted into phosphoglyceric acid, 1,3-diphosphoglyceric acid. Now what happens student? The NADPH plays a major role here. NADPH releases again, it gets converted into NADP plus by releasing one phosphate group. Now another phosphate group is added to glyceric acid and it turns into glyceraldehyde. Means now what happens? This acid is getting converted into aldehyde. Okay, that gets converted into what? PgAl. In fact, so you can write it here as PgAl, phosphoglyceraldehyde. This PgAl will get converted into ribulose 5-phosphate here. Ribulose 5-phosphate. Okay, now what will happen? This ribulose phosphate will get converted into last product which we are going to produce is the regeneration of RuBP, that is RuBP. Okay, now I am repeating this Calvin cycle again. What happens? Carboxylation occurs here. Carboxylation means addition of oxygen. Okay. Okay, now we will compare the both of these reaction in a particular single diagram, the light reaction and the dark reaction. Light reaction occurs here and produces what? ATP and NADPH. And this ATP and NADPH is helped in the Calvin cycle to produce what? RuBP. So you can see it clearly that both the two reactions occur simultaneously in the plant cell. Okay. Okay, now I am ending my topic. You should learn it and revise it. Thank you.
Hello students, welcome back. After 2 lectures, we have a complete discussion about the force, some type of force and unit of forces, contact force, non-contact force, all these are completed. Means dear students, in class 8 our first topic, that is a force, is completed. Means our theoretical part is completed, our analytical part is completed, and after that, after completing of complete videos, means first and second videos, now we discuss some numericals, some problems, how to we face the some examinations related to our first chapter. So in this videos, dear students, in this lecture we discuss some module solution, means which are provided by us to you, and some other topics, some basic numericals and some competition exam problems also discussion in this video. Now some numericals and module solution. Module solution means the material provided by us to you, we discuss some most important questions in this video. Now dear students, we start with our first numerical. First numerical says, if we describe force, how you can describe the force? A force can be completely described. Force requires two quantities. First, magnitude. Second thing, direction. Means it is a vector quantity. And we have already discussed effect of forces. Now, watch the observation and observe all the options and choose the correct answer. Now, first option says it has a magnitude. If someone says gives the values of force, so what you gives? Only magnitude, only direction. According to C, B option, only according to B, we have only direction. According to A option, we have only magnitude. But dear, as you know that force is a vector quantity. Vector means it has magnitude as well as direction also. Force has magnitude as well as direction also. So dear students, that is our first question and easy question. So I hope everyone get this answer, and answer of this question is C option is correct. Means it is a magnitude, it has a magnitude as well as direction also. So correct answer is C. Okay students, now write this question. I request to all the students, please write all the questions in your copy with options and solution. Next question is match the following question. Okay, match column 1 with column 2. Now first column was first option, a child running to catch the school bus. What happened when the child will be moved? What is doing? He and she apply some forces to get some motion, to get some speed. So choose the correct option for first. What is the first option? A child running to catch the school bus. Force can make a stationary object to move. Force can stop a moving object. Force can change the shape of an. Force can make an object move faster. If you want to catch someone, you move too fast. So according to our experience, our study, the option A will become. Okay. Now for second option, a man blowing a balloon. When we blowing our balloon, we applied the forces in the form of air. We fill the air in balloon, and what after that, balloon size will be increases. Means the shape of the balloon will be changed. Which option is correct? Yes, dear students, according to me, the option B is here. Means a man blowing a ball, force can change the shape of an object. Okay student. Now third option, a woman pushing a table. When we push any object get in at present a stationary position. When we apply force, we move. The object will be move. So which answer? Yes, only two option is remaining, first or second. Second says force can stop. No, when we apply the force, we move to C option. Only C option. Okay. A cricketer catch the ball. When we catch any ball, body will become with a velocity mat. It has a motion. When we catch, motion will be stop. So which answer will be correct? According to this, that is a D option is correct. So correct option is here. Now take the correct option. According to A, the A is 4. Yes, A is 4. First option. B is third. Yes, B is third. Yes, right. Means dear student, which option is correct? A option is correct. Now check all the entire options, because if any option is changed, your answer will be wrong. C is first. Yes, C is first. D is second. Yes, D is second. Okay. Now this option is complete, and that is a matched up column. Okay students. Now, next question says, oh, क्या आया? Sorry. Oh, next question is, a windmill is pushed by 4 external. Dear students, that is the competitive examination questions and NSO 2014 National Science Olympiad question. Means all Olympiad question, each and every Olympiad question has some concept, dear student. That is the importance of this examinations. It has all conceptual questions only, not a theoretical, not a simple question. It has some conceptual questions. There is a windmill, it has 4 blades and we applied some forces, but we want to doesn't move this blade. We want to rest position of this blade. Now find the value of this force. Dear students, to solve this question, we are explaining some more concept. One more concept is that when we want to stationary position, so we required momentum. Moment is equals to 0. Momentum is calculated by force and displacement with direction. Now we give some hint. Let's suppose that is a windmill. One force applied in this direction. One force is applied also in this direction. Let's see the diagram. And one force is applied in this direction. Let's see the diagram. 1 meter, 2 meter, 2 meter, 2 meter. 8 Newton. Now 1 meter, 2 meter, 2 meter, 2 meter, 8 Newton and 10 Newton, and that is a F. And direction of this force is upward direction 1 Newton. Upward direction is 1 Newton. Okay, upward direction is 1 Newton. Now to get the stationary position, we have this expression. Momentum is equals to 0. What is the moment? Force into displacement with direction. Okay, there are some forces. One force, it want to rotate in a clockwise direction, and it also want to move in a clockwise direction. Means these are applied in force in a same direction. Okay, and this want to move in a opposite direction in anti-clockwise, and this also want to move in a opposite direction. So we use in clockwise direction, we have the 2 direction. If you move a clockwise direction, we use the positive direction. If we move a anti-clockwise direction, we have a negative direction. Use this concept in this numerical. Okay, now dear students, so there are many forces. How many forces in a clockwise direction? Yes, there are one 10 Newton and second one is a 8 Newton. 10 multiplied by distance is 2 plus 8 multiplied by 1, that is positive, and these two negative. Minus of 1 into 2 and minus of F into 2. All this equivalent to 0. Now solve this expression and get the answer. Now that is 20 plus 8 minus of 2 and minus of 2f is equal to 0. 28 minus 8, it becomes 2. It becomes 26 minus 2f is equals to 0. So by solving this equation, we get 2f is equals to 26 and force is equals to 13 Newton. So if you want to get the stationary position of a windmill, the force applied in downward direction, that is a F is equals to 13 Newton. Okay, F is equals to 13 Newton. That is a new concept, dear student. Now all these options are available here. So which option is correct? So B option is correct. B option is correct, dear student. Okay, now copy that fast. Next question is, which of the following object experience balance forces? There are many options will be available here. Now choose the balanced condition. Balanced force. A ball is dropping vertically. When we drop a ball will becomes downward direction. Means the direction of force is a downward. Which force? Gravitational force. Second option, a car accelerating. If any body is accelerating, means force is applied. Continuously a force will be applied for a acceleration. Third option, a trolley moving with a constant velocity down an inclined plane. Dear students, if constant velocity words is coming, constant velocity will become when a constant acceleration will be 0. A body will be moved with constant velocity. I have earlier explained in a second lecture when we discussed the balanced and unbalanced force. Dear students, when a balanced force is applied, the velocity will not be changed. If body move with a 3 meter per second, then continuously move with a 3 meter per second if applied force is balanced. So which option is correct in this matter? That is a C option is correct. Next, wooden block of mass m1 accelerating at 10 meter per second square when a force of 5 Newton. First, solve only single line. Mass m1, acceleration that is a m, that is a, and that is force 8 on 8. If we apply the F is equals to ma, we can calculate. F is given, A is given. Now F is equals to m into A. Correct? Now F is equals to 5, m not given, that is m1, and acceleration is 10. So m1 will become 5 by 10, that is 0.5 kilogram. Okay. Now second thing, another block of mass m2 accelerate at 20 meter per second with same force, means applied force is also same, that is 5 Newton. So according to this, mass m2 is equals to force upon acceleration. Force is same, so we write the force 5 and acceleration will be 20. So we get the answer is 1 upon 4. 1 upon 4 is 0.25 kilogram. 0.25 kilogram. Mass m1 is a 0.5 kilogram, that is a 0.25. So find the acceleration if both the blocks are tied together. If both the blocks are tied together, first one is a 0.5 kilogram, second one is a 0.25 kilogram and joined together. Means, dear students, he says m1 and m2 0.5 kilogram and 0.25 gram and applied the same force, that is a 5 Newton. According to this numerical, both the blocks are combined to each other and same force applied on them. If we applied the same force on this body, mass becomes 0.75 kilogram. Total force 5 Newton. So calculate the acceleration. F is equals to m into A. A is equals to 5, that is 5 Newton. Mass is 0.75. If you remove this point, it becomes 500. 25 to 3 times, 25 to 20 times, 20 by 3 meter per second square. So it can be written as 3 divided 20 divided by 6, 6.6 meter per second square. That is the correct answer of this. If we applied a force capital F on a mass m and acceleration we get small a. If we applied this force on mass 0.25 m, means dear student by 2.5 m it shows we change the mass. And how much mass will be changed? We divide the mass m divided by 4. That is a 0.25 m. Initially mass is small m, and in second condition mass will be changes and it becomes 0.25 mass. And find the new acceleration. Now dear, to solve this numerical, first discuss this point. We have a single equation F is equals to mass multiplied by acceleration. According to first line, if we applied a force on a mass m, we get the acceleration capital A. If new mass, that is m dash, is 0.25, new mass is 0.25 m. Now calculate the new force. New force is equals to m dash into a dash. Now a dash is equals to f dash upon m dash. If we change the force, then we use f dash. If our force is same, now read the question carefully. What is say? What is the if this force means force is same? We does not change the force, means we doesn't require f dash. We put the value of force f. So we put the value of force f. So there is the force is not change. So we write here f and f. Okay. If force change, then we change the value. So a dash is equals to f upon m dash becomes 0.25 m. New mass, that is a new mass, 0.25 m. And according to this numeric equation, a is equals to f upon m. So dear students, make this relation here. Now it can be write as 0.25 can be write as 1.1 upon 4 and multiply by f upon m. And that is a new acceleration. And this is a new acceleration. So f upon m shows the earlier acceleration. So new acceleration is a by 4. So the relation between initial acceleration and after changing the mass we get the new acceleration. So what is the relation? A dash means new acceleration is equals to a divided by. Means a car having a mass of 1000 kilogram. A car move with a mass 100 kilogram in a speed of 30 meter per second. The initial speed of 1000 kilogram car is 30 meter per second. Brakes are applied to bring the car to the. If we want to stop our car, we applied the brake. The brake play the role of opposite force. Brake play the role of opposite force. If you are moving in this direction and apply the force, means brakes play the role of opposite direction force on our engine. Okay. Now, if the frictional force between the tire and the road surface is 5000 Newton, means dear students, a car of 1000 kilogram, and when we apply, initially it moves with a 30 meter per second. When we apply the brake, means the direction of motion is this. So applied force has the direction on this direction, and force means force of friction is in this direction, that is a 5000 Newton. That is a basic information about this numerical. Having 1000 kilogram, 30 meter per second, 5 Newton, 5000 Newton. calculate the time in which the car will be come at rest. We want to calculate the time to come to rest. Okay, then understand the question. Now solution of that question. Okay, mass is 1000 kilogram. Force applied is 5000 Newton. Initial velocity, that is a 30 meter per second. Dear student, when we discuss the force and acceleration is change in velocity upon time, then we discuss about the initial velocity and final velocity, and I am telling to you कि when the body will be stop means final velocity will be 0. And now we want to calculate the time. First of all, we calculate the following terms given. Now, according to force, is equals to m into a. Force is 5000 Newton, mass is 1000 kilogram, and acceleration, we calculate the acceleration is 5 meter per second square. By dividing 5000 divided by 1000, we get the value of acceleration. I hope students you understand. That is the acceleration. When we divide 5000 divided by 1000, we get the 5 meter. That is the acceleration of this body. Okay, if we get the acceleration, we can calculate the, and dear student, as you know that the force of brakes is work in a opposite direction, so we use the minus sign also here. Then we use the minus sign here, we get the acceleration, that is a minus 5 meter per second square. It's play an important role. Minus shows opposite direction in force, and in acceleration it shows the retardation, means negative acceleration. Okay, now as you know that acceleration is final velocity minus initial velocity upon time. Okay, acceleration is minus 5, final velocity becomes 0, initial velocity is 30, time we want to calculate time. Now dear student, time is 30 divided by 5, that is a 6 seconds. Means when you applied the brake in that condition and opposing force is 5000 Newton between tires and road, after 6 seconds car will be stopped. After 6 seconds car will be stopped. Now copy that solution in your copies. New problem says a ball of mass 10 gram is moving with a velocity of 15, means a ball of 10 gram moving with a 50 meter per second on applying a constant force on a ball for 2 seconds. Now first write all the data. Mass of the ball is 10 gram. First we convert into kilogram. 10 divided by 1000, then we get 1 upon 100 kilogram. That is mass. It moves with a velocity of 50 meter per second, that is a 50 meter per second. Okay, applying a constant force on a ball for 2 seconds, given time is 2 seconds. We apply a force for a 2 seconds. Now dear son, and it acquire a velocity of 7, means that is initial velocity, and we apply the some forces, it velocity will be changes, means dear students v is equals to become 70 meter per second. Now these are given data. Now dear students, calculate the following things: first acceleration and second magnitude of force. So first we calculate the acceleration. What is the numeric formula of acceleration? As you know that acceleration is equals to v minus u upon t. Now a is equals to, v is the 70 and u is the 50 and time is 2 seconds. So we get 70 minus 50 is 20 and 20 divided by 2 is 10 meter per second square. So we get the acceleration. Now after that we require the magnitude of force. Magnitude of force means F is equals to mass into acceleration. Mass into acceleration. And mass is 1 upon 100 kilogram. Mass is 1 upon 100 kilogram. And we will already calculate the acceleration, that is a 10 meter per second square. That is 10 meter per second square. Now after calculation that we get the value of force, that is a 1 upon 10 Newton. 1 upon 10 Newton, that is equivalent to 0.1 Newton. Now complete this numerical. Okay. Now next one is fill in the blanks. Now please read the carefully and give the answer of this question. First, the CGS unit of force. CGS unit of force, just remind fast. The CGS unit of force, that is a Dian. The CGS unit of force is Dian. The CGS unit of force is Dian. Next, to draw water from a well, we have to pull or push the rope. Yes, dear students, pull the rope. Correct? Now, next, muscular force is a contact or non-contact? Muscular force is a contact force. Muscular force is a contact force. Okay, muscular force is a contact force. Next, friction force is a also contact force. Everyone very good students. Contact force. Frictional force is a contact force. Okay. Now next is the North Pole. In earlier lecture we discussed about the magnet. When the same pole of magnet has a two poles, one is the North Pole and another is a South Pole. When we talk about the same poles repel to each other and opposite pole attract to each other. Okay, so here now in this North Pole of a magnet, the North Pole of another magnet, if both poles are same, what will be the action between them? Attraction or repulsion? If both are the same pole, then repel to each other or attract to each other. If both the poles are same, then means north and north pole, that repel to each other. Same poles always repel and opposite poles always attract to each other. Okay, students, these are the some fill in the blanks. After that we discuss some true and false. Read the line and statement carefully and mark correct option. Yes, gravitational force is a type of contact force. Yes or no? No. Gravitational force is not a contact force. It is a non-contact force. Gravitational force is a non-contact force. So first option is wrong. And second, mass of a body is never zero. Yes, mass cannot be zero. Yes, this option is correct. Okay. If we talk about the weight will be zero or not? Yes, weight will be zero. Why? Because weight depends on the gravitational acceleration, which will be zero at the center of Earth. Weight depends on mass multiplied by acceleration. Which acceleration? That is a gravitational acceleration. And gravitational acceleration at the center of Earth is zero. So at the point, that is the center of Earth, we measure the weight of any object, that is a zero. So next, weight of the body remain always same. Weight of an object, no. Weight will be vary place to place. This statement is wrong. Okay, next. If we talk about the Newton and kilogram into meter per second square, both are the unit of force. Yes, both are the unit of force, both are the similar units. Kilogram into meter per second is square says Newton into Newton, in single form Newton. That is a correct option. Okay students, that is a correct option. Now dear students, in this numerical, the given quantities, first one is a mass. First one is a mass, m is equals to 500 kilogram. And second quantities is given when we says the body start from rest, means initial velocity, that is u is equals to 0. That is u is equals to 0. Next, it acted upon a forward force in 200 Newton. Let's suppose in this engine the direction of forward force is 200 Newton, and there is one more force, that is a retarding force. Retarding means there is an opposing force, means when we move in a right hand side, the opposing force in a left hand side, means retarding force is 50 Newton. So dear student, in this condition there are two forces, one is right hand side and second is another side. So dear student, by using a resultant force concept, there is a opposite direction force, both are the opposite direction. So we can calculate the resultant force, and resultant force is F is equal to, because there is a opposite direction force, there is a subtraction, so there is the answer of that is 200 minus 50 is equals to 150 Newton in right hand side. So that is a net force, Now calculate the velocity after 5 seconds. So given time is 5 seconds. So dear students, calculate the velocity after 5 seconds. So dear, if force is given, net force is available, mass is available, so we can calculate the F acceleration also. So dear students, force, what is the force? Force is coming 150 Newton, and mass of this body is 500 kilogram. So we put 500 kilogram. Using this equation we can calculate mass multiplied by acceleration. Acceleration is force upon mass. Okay, force upon mass gives the values of force is 150, mass is 500, mass is 500. So cancel out 0 to 0, 5 to 3 times, 5 to 10 times. That is a 0.3 meter per second square, that is a acceleration. If we get the acceleration, we can calculate the initial and final velocity. So A is equals to V minus U upon T. So we want to calculate the V, minus U is 0, and after 5 seconds A is 3 by 10 is equals to 3 by 10 is equals to V upon 5. So dear student, V is equals to 15 upon 10, that is 1.5 meter per second. So dear student, after 5 seconds the speed of this engine is 1.5 meter per second. That is the correct answer of this problem. Okay, now so we can write the velocity after 5 seconds is 1.5 meter per second. That is the point, dear students, 1.5 meter per second. That is the answer of this problem. Next, the mass of your car is 500 kilogram, means mass of the car is mass is 500 kilogram. It's initially moving with a velocity of 30 meter, means that is u. Means that is a value of u. M is given, u is given, then within a time duration of t is also given, that is t. It moves with a velocity of, final velocity is also given, v. Now calculate the force. Now calculate the force. How many data is given? First mass, second initial velocity, third time, fourth final velocity, and we want to calculate the force. Dear student, we have a formula of force is equals to mass multiplied by acceleration. But here no, acceleration is not given. Acceleration is calculated by the using u and v. So we write the u's. Acceleration can be written as v minus u upon t. So force is equals to mass multiplied by acceleration is equals to mass multiplied by v minus u upon t. Now dear student, put the m is given, yes or no? Yes. We have a value of m, we have the value of v, we have the value of u, we have the value of t. Put the complete values and get the answer. Now solve this. First, write mass is 1500 multiplied by change in velocity. Final velocity is 80, initial velocity is 30. If we change, find that is a 50. And time in changes this velocity, that is 50. So 50 to 50 cancel out. The answer is 1500. Where is the 1500? Yes, there is a 1500. Answer is complete. Okay. Now first answer is complete. Next. What happen? If any spacecraft drop a ball, if any spacecraft drop a ball and revolving, this spacecraft revolving around the earth due to gravitational force. Dear students, that is a concept when a body is moved in around any planet due to a gravitational force. When we drop any object, it's also revolve with a same orbit, with a same velocity. Now the answer of this, now you choose the answer of this. It will be continue to move with the same speed along the original orbit of the space. Yes, that is the correct answer. All the are the wrong answer. It will not fall gracefully. No, that is a wrong answer. It will go very fast in the space. No, it will not move. And that is a no. That is a, all answer is incorrect. Only first option is the correct here. Now next. A plank is supported on the step of a staircase as shown in figure. Just watch this figure. Calculate the number of forces. Calculate the number of forces acting on this planet. The option is 4, 5, 6 and 7. Dear student, this plank has one force is downward direction, that is weight. First. Second thing, at this point and this point, here is a normal force, first, second and third. There are 4 forces. And similarly, in this point, these are the contact force. It has a frictional force also. That has a frictional force also. So, how many number of forces are present? First, second, third, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So D option is correct. Now dear student, which option is correct? D option is correct. How many forces are here? There are 7 forces are here. Okay. Next. We are providing the complete solution all these questions. Sir, force should be applied on a scale placed between 2 bricks. If let's suppose first brick, and that is a second brick, that is a plank. Force should be applied on the scale placed between two bricks by putting the weight. Find the position where we put the mass any object to more weight. So if we put here, there is less. When we put the center, there is a more effective. That is a more effective point. So the answer of this, at the center of the scale, at the center of that scale. The second option is correct. Why second option is correct? Write the answer in your copies fast. At the center of scale, when the scale is placed between 2 points, force is applied by putting weight at the center of the, in this position force is maximum and can change the shape of the scale. Downward direction means it will be moved in this shape. Okay students, now that is the correct answer. Next, in tug of war, when two teams pull equally hard the rope, means the force applied by the both the teams same. So what happened? What happened? It remain stationary. The thread and the tug are at, the rope will be at stationary position. Everyone know about that. I know. You all are smart. Next, a minus sign of force implies that if there are two forces, first we write F is equals to 5 Newton. Second we write F is equals to minus 5 Newton. What is the difference between them? Here the difference between them, because force has a magnitude as well as direction. First shows magnitude and direction is right hand side, but second shows magnitude is equal but direction is opposite direction, that is a left hand direction. Second shows opposite direction as compared to first, that is a opposite direction. So which answer is correct? Force in opposite direction of that motion. Force is opposite direction of that motion. The answer. Next, gravitational force acts between, if any body have a mass, that can be applied the gravitational force. Mass is necessary for applied gravitational force. Sun and planet also have a mass. Earth and moon also have a mass. Means we can say a various body in universe have, every body have a mass that can be applied the gravitational force. Next, the various bodies in the force with which having mass. The important point, if body have a mass, means that can be applied as some gravitational force. Okay students, next. Two bodies in universe attract each other by a force called. Which force is responsible when two bodies attract each other in our universe? That is every student, I hope every student know about the answer. The answer of that is gravitational force. That is gravitational force. Write the answer. That is a gravitational force. Which answer is correct? That is a gravitational force. Next question is, the weight of a body is due to. Weight is the force, and this force is applied by the earth. This force is applied by the earth, and that is called gravitational force. That is called gravitational force. Okay students, next. That is a complete explanation which is help to understand the concept of every question. To pick up iron piece from the garbage pickers often use. Let's suppose some needles are spread in your place. 1-to-1 picking take more time. So a smart boy use a simple method, that is we use a method that all attract by some other object. Which object? That is a magnet. So by using a single magnet, we can attract all these needles in a single time and minimum time requirement. So which answer is correct? That is a magnetic force. That is a magnetic force. Yes. Next one is, so that is the explanation which help to you to understand the concept. Two stones are hung with a rubber band and band with a bigger one will be stretched. One is larger stretching. Why? Because more, less, slightly more. Two stones are hung with a rubber band. The rubber band is bigger one. Let's suppose that is a rubber band. That is a rubber band and one more mass and one mass is here. If that mass is small, means the gravitational force applied on that mass is minimum. If that is a more, so more force is applied by the gravitational force and the stretch part is more stress, and that part is more stress because it depends on the gravitational force. More gravitational force, more stretching, less gravitational force, less stretching, and gravitational force completely depends on the mass of these bodies. If more mass, more stretch, less mass, less stretch, so which is correct? Bigger one will be stretch more, will be more. Okay dear students, that is the correct answer. Relation between mass and force in SI unit. In SI unit, 1 Newton is equals to 1 kgf. No dear students, that is a wrong concept. 1 kgf, in earlier we already discussed about 1 kgf is equals to 9.8 Newton. 1 kgf is, what is the kgf? Kilogram force, means gravitational force applied on a 1 kilogram mass, then that is equivalent to 9.8 Newton. The correct answer is 9.8 Newton. Explanation is present here now. There is no atmosphere around many planets, then why there is atmosphere around Earth? Due to gravitational force. It is due to the gravitational force of Earth. Earth attracts the gas towards the center of Earth. Due to this concept, Earth has an atmosphere. Now dear students, I hope you understand all the concept, all the problems easily, and learn more concept also. Now dear students, after this, thank you so much. Today's lecture is completed. After this lecture, we complete our first chapter, that is the force, and complete discussion of force. Okay students, now thank you so much.
Hi dear students, how are you all? Greetings for the day. Welcome to Classroom TV. So we discussed in our last class about the properties of rational numbers under multiplication. We have discussed about closure property, commutative property, associative property. Now let's discuss about the multiplicative identity. See, what is this multiplicative identity? You take any rational number, that rational number should be multiplied with something so that your answer should come the same rational number what you have considered. Suppose I am taking a rational number 2 by 3. So this 2 by 3 I should multiply with some number so that my answer should come as 2 by 3. So what is that number I need to multiply? It is very clear that I need to multiply with 1. So any rational number, when you are multiplying with 1, your answer will be the same rational number what you have considered. So that is what we say 1 is called the multiplicative identity. Now let us see what is this multiplicative identity. If we multiply a rational number by 1, the product will be the number itself. The product will be the number itself. Now let us see. So what we are doing here, for some rational number, let A by B be any rational number. Let A by B be any rational number. So what we are doing here, A by B into 1 is equal to, we will be getting A by B, which is same as 1 into A by B. A by B is one rational number that we have considered. That rational number we are multiplying with 1 so that we are getting the same rational number A by B. So you can say, what you can say? 1 is called the multiplicative identity. One is called the multiplicative identity. So we are taking some rational number, that rational number we are multiplying with 1 so that we are getting the same rational number what we have considered. So 1 is called the multiplicative identity for rational numbers under multiplication. What is 1 called, children? 1 is called the multiplicative identity for rational numbers under multiplication. So what is additive identity? Remember, additive identity is 0 and multiplicative identity is 1. So what do you mean by identity? Whatever you are taking after the binary operation, whether it is multiplication or addition, whatever it is, your answer should come the same rational number what you have taken. If it is addition, suppose I am taking 2 by 3, I must add something so that my answer should be 2 by 3. The binary operation is addition here. So what we need to add? We need to add 0. That is why 0 is called the additive identity. If suppose binary operation is, instead of addition, if multiplication is given, then 2 by 3 into 1 will give you 2 by 3. So that 1 is the multiplicative identity. So remember, children, additive identity is 0 and multiplicative identity is 1. Now let's move to the next property, multiplicative inverse, or we can say a reciprocal. This is so easy. If suppose some rational number A by B is given, what will be the reciprocal of A by B? You have to interchange the numerator and denominator. A by B is given, just interchange the numerator and denominator. So the reciprocal of A by B will be B by A. So now what happens if you multiply A by B and B by A? A and A get cancelled, B and B get cancelled, you're left with 1. So, for a rational number, A by B, there exists a rational number B by A. For a rational number A by B, there exists a rational number B by A such that, what is your observation? A by B into B by A is equal to 1. So that means the reciprocal of A by B is B by A. The reciprocal of A by B is B by A. What you are doing here? You are just interchanging the numerator and denominator. If suppose, we will do this with some examples. Find the reciprocals of, say suppose minus 3 by 2 is given, first one. Second one is given as only 5 and third one is 0. Is it clear? So they are given like this. So now the reciprocal of minus 3 by 2 is, we are not doing anything with the sign. Sign will be as it is. As here minus, so the minus will be as it is. But 3 by 2 will become 2 by 3. You just have to change the places. Numerator should become denominator and denominator should become the numerator. Now let us come to the second one. The reciprocal of 5. 5 is a rational number. 5 can be written as 5 by 1. So you just reciprocate, then it will be 1 by 5. Then it will be 1 by 5. Now what will be the reciprocal of 0? What is the reciprocal of 0? Can you try this? What will be the reciprocal of 0? See, the numerator is 0, denominator may be any number. The answer is 0. So the reciprocal of 0 not defined. So what do you mean by reciprocal? The reciprocal means changing the numerator and denominator, interchanging the places of numerator and denominator, So if suppose A by B is given, you should multiply A by B with B by A so that your answer should come as 1. Now let us move to the next property. Distributive property of multiplication over addition. So this is a new property, distributive property. See, what is this distributive property? A by B, comma, C by D and E by F. A by B, comma, C by D and E by F are any three rational numbers. Then, so we are taking three rational numbers. Now let us see here, A by B into C by D plus E by F. A by B into C by D plus E by F. This is equal to A by B into C by D plus the same should be multiplied here. A by B into E by F. So this property we call it as the distributive property. That means what you are doing here, you are multiplying first with second. Plus is there, the plus will come in the middle. Again you should multiply first and third. So here the multiplication is on the left side, so we call it as the left distributive. If suppose the same multiplication is given after the bracket on the right side, then we will call it as right distributive. You take any of three rational numbers, 1 by 5 into 2 by 3 plus 3 by 4 is equal to 1 by 5 into 2 by 3 plus 1 by 5 into 3 by 4. Correct or not? So this is what is asking us to verify whether this statement is correct or not. So here A by B will be 1 by 5, C by D is 2 by 3 and E by F is 3 by 4. So we have taken three rational numbers. We have taken three rational numbers and these three rational numbers, as it is, we are applying the left distributive property. Whether this is true or not, we are verifying. Now let us see first what we have to do. I am taking the left hand side. First we are taking the left hand side, LHS. So what will be the left hand side? 1 by 5 into 2 by 3 plus 3 by 4. Now simplify this. 1 by 5 into. Now the LCM of 3 and 4 will be 12. 3 is a prime number. To get the LCM, you multiply the denominators. So 3 and 4, 12. So 3 goes 4 times. That 4 should be multiplied here. 4 2s are 8. Plus 4 goes 3 times. 3 3s are 9. So now what we are going to get here? 1 by 5 into 8 plus 9, 17 by 12. So now the multiplication, you just multiply both the numerators and multiply both the denominators. So 17 into 1 will be 17, 12 5s are 60. So this is our LHS what we have got. So now what we have to do? We have to find out the RHS. If suppose the RHS we are getting same as 17 by 60, then we will conclude LHS is equal to RHS. Now let us find out the RHS. 1 by 5 into 2 by 3 plus 1 by 5 into 3 by 4. Let us see now. So RHS 1 by 5 into 2 by 3 plus 1 by 5 into 3 by 4. Let's check once again. 1 by 5 into 2 by 3 plus 1 by 5 into 3 by 4. So now this is equal to, multiply both the numerators, it is 1 into 2 by 5 into 3 plus, here also the same, 1 into 3 by 5 into 4. So 1 into 2 is 2, this is 2 by 15 plus 3 by 20. So the LCM of 15 and 20, 15, 20, so straight away 5 will go, 5 3s are 5 4. So there are no other common, so if you want you can. So the LCM of 15 and 20 will be 5 3s are 15, 15 4s are 60. Now 15 goes 4 times, 4 2s are 8, equal to 17 by 60. So our RHS we got 17 by 60 and LHS also we got 17 by 60. So therefore LHS is equal to RHS. LHS is equal to RHS. So therefore 1 by 5 into 2 by 3 plus 3 by 4 is equal to 1 by 5 into 2 by 3 plus 1 by 5 into 3 by 4. Remember children, the multiplication is on the left side, so we are calling it as left distributive property. If the multiplication lies on the right side, then we will say right distributive property. So if A by B, C by D and E by F are any three rational numbers, then A by B into C by D plus E by F is equal to A by B into C by D plus A by B into E by F. So this property is called distributive property of multiplication, and here in the middle we have addition, that is why it is over addition. The same property can be explained by taking a subtraction. That is what we call the distributive property of multiplication over subtraction. What is this? Let us see now. Same. Let A by B comma C by D and E by F are any three rational numbers then same A by B into C by D, but here you have to take the minus. because the property is over subtraction. A by B into C by D minus E by F, this is equal to A by B into C by D, minus will come here, A by B into E by F. A by B into the minus in the middle, so left distributive. Same. Now let us explain this by taking some example. Check whether you write any rational numbers, 2 by 3 into 1 by 5 minus 3 by 4 is equal to 2 by 3 into 1 by 5 minus 2 by 3 into 3 by 4. So let us verify in the same like previous problem. Let us take LHS. So we are taking left hand side, 2 by 3 into 1 by 5 minus 3 by 4. So this is equal to 2 by 3 will be as it is. The LCM of 5 and 4, 20. 5 4s are 4 1s are 4. 4 5s are 5 3s are 15. So now this is equal to 4 minus 15 is minus 11 by 20. So this is nothing but 2 into minus 11 by 3 into 20. Plus into minus is minus, 2 into 11, 22, and 3 into 20 will be 60. So this is minus 22 by 60. You can further simplify, cancellation, 2 11s are, 2 30s are. So we got minus 11 by 30. So if our RHS also, if we get minus 11 by 30, then the problem will be done. Let us take RHS now. 2 by 3, 1 by 4, 2 by 3 into 1 by 5 minus 2 by 3 into 3 by 4. Let us take now RHS. Two by 3 into 1 by 5 minus 2 by 3 into 3 by 4. Let us check now. So now this is equal to, this will be 2 into 1 by 3 into 5 minus, this will be 2 into 3 by 3 into 4. So 2 1s are 2 by 15. Let this minus as it is. Now this 3 and this 3 get cancelled. 2 1s are 2 2s are. So you are left with 1 by 2. Now 2 is a prime number. To get the LCM, just multiply both the denominators so that you will be getting 15 2s are 30 will be the LCM. Now 15 goes 2 times, 2 2s are 4 minus 2 15s, 15 into 1 minus 15. So now 4 minus 15 will be minus 11 by 30. So therefore we got the same for LHS also. So therefore what we can write? We can write LHS is equal to RHS. LHS is equal to RHS. So what you can conclude? So therefore two by 3 into 1 by 5 minus 3 by 4. This is same as 2 by 3 into 1 by 5 minus 2 by 3 into 3 by 4. So this property, what we can call? So we call it as the distributive property of multiplication over subtraction. So here, see, so far this is a different property from other properties. In earlier properties, the binary operation was only one, whether it is addition or subtraction or multiplication. But here you have multiplication as well the subtraction, and before multiplication as well as addition. That is why when addition is the binary, multiplication over addition, distributive property of multiplication over addition. So here minus is involved, multiplication and minus is involved. So distributive property of multiplication over subtraction. But what is one more point you should understand? If the multiplication is placed on the left side of the bracket, then it will be left distributive. If the multiplication is on the right side, then we'll say it will be a right distributive property. So with this, we have learned the properties of multiplication of rational numbers. So what are those? Closure property, commutative property, associative property, identity, inverse, multiplicative inverse, or we simply say reciprocal, and then we also learned distributive property. So this distributive property that only the multiplication has. Now let us move how we can divide the two rational numbers. Let us see how to divide the rational numbers. So the division of rational numbers. See, what do you mean by division of rational numbers? It is nothing but the multiplication of the first rational number with the reciprocal of the second rational number. Let us see what is this. The division of two rational numbers is same. The division of two rational numbers is same as the multiplication of first rational number with the reciprocal of the second rational number. The division of two rational numbers is same as the multiplication of first rational number with the reciprocal of the second rational number. That means let A by B and C by D are any two rational numbers then so we are taking two rational numbers A by B and C by D. Let us see A by B divided by C by D. A by B divided by C by D. This is same as what we have said in the definition. Multiplication of the first rational number with the reciprocal of the second. So let the first rational number be as it is. A by B will be as it is. Now instead of this division, you have to write the symbol of multiplication. And what is the second rational number is given? C by D. You write the reciprocal of the second rational number, that C by D, the reciprocal will be D by C. This is what the division of two rational number. This is how you have to divide the two rational numbers. So, how you can divide the two rational numbers? Two rational numbers can be divided by multiplying the first rational number with the reciprocal of the second rational number. The first rational number into the reciprocal of the second rational number. So A by B divided by C by D, then A by B will be as it is. The division is replaced by multiplication, and C by D, you have to write the reciprocal of C by D, which will be D by C. Let us see one example for this. Suppose you want to divide 2 by 5 divided by 7 by 9, for example. You want to write 2 by 5 divided by 7 by 9. So what you have to do here? You take this 2 by 5 as it is. As discussed, we have to write the reciprocal of the second rational number. The second rational number is 7 by 9. So that 7 by 9, the reciprocal of 7 by 9 will be 9 by 7. So this is nothing but multiply both the numerators, multiply both the denominators. So 2 9s are 18 by 35. 18 by 35. You can have one more example to understand better. Say suppose minus 3 by 4 divided by anything you can take, 5 by 8 for example. Minus 3 by 4 divided by 5 by 8. So you have a sign here, minus sign here. So keep the first rational number as it is. Keep minus 3 by 4 as it is. We are keeping minus 3 by 4 as it is. Now this is replaced. Division is replaced by into. I need to write the reciprocal. 5 by 8, I have to write it as 8 by 5. Now multiply both the numerators. Minus 3 into 8 by 4 into 5. I have to multiply both the denominators. Let us see any cancellations. Yes, 4 ones are, 4 twos are. So now what we are left with? So we are left with minus 3 into 2 by 1 into 5. Minus 3 into 2 minus 6, 5 into 1 5. So this is how we have to multiply the rational numbers. So remember, when you are dividing two rational numbers, the division of rational numbers is nothing but the multiplication of the first rational number with the reciprocal of the second rational number. Now, let us see what will be the properties of division of rational numbers. The rational numbers under division, they do not follow the closure property. So what is the important point to be noted here? Division by 0 division of a rational number by 0 is not defined. So the rational numbers, they do not follow the closure property under division. Now let us see the next property, commutative property. What is this commutative property? Let us take two rational numbers. Let A by B and C by D are any two rational numbers then A by B divided by C by D is not same as C by D divided by A by B. The division, if you change the order of the division, the result will not be the same. So you can explain this with some example. Say suppose 2 by 3 is divided by 5 by 6, for example. So now 2 by 3 into 6 by 5, this is 2 by 3 into 6 by 5. So how much is this? This will be 2 into 6 by 3 into 5. 2 6 are 12 by 15. This is 12 by 15. So now what we are doing, we are changing the order. Now we are taking 5 by 6 first. 5 by 6 divided by 2 by 3. 5 by 6 divided by 2 by 3. This is equal to 5 by 6 into 3 by 2. 5 by 6 into 3 by 2. So now this is 5 by into 3, 6 into 2. So this will be 15 by 12. Here this is 12 by 15 and the other side it is 15 by 12. So what we can say? So therefore 2 by 3 divided by 5 by 6 is not same as 5 by 6 divided by 2 by 3. So with this you can come to a conclusion that rational numbers are not commutative under division. The rational numbers are not commutative under division. Now let us move to the next property, associative property. So you take three rational numbers here. So if you change the order of division, the result will not be same here. Same like commutative. So here let A by B comma C by D and E by F are the three rational numbers, then A by B divided by C by D divided by E by F. Suppose I am grouping the second and third rational number. This is not same as A by B divided by C by D divided by E by F. So the rational numbers, they do not follow associative property also. So you can have an example for this. You take any three rational numbers, 2 by 3, you can have 3 by 4 and 5 by 6, they all belongs to rational numbers. So now first what we are finding, 2 by 3 divided by 3 by 4 divided by 5 by 6. This is equal to 2 by 3 divided by 3 by 4 into 6 by 5. Now I am solving the bracket first. So then this will be 2 by 3 divided by 3 into 6, 4 into 5. So this will be 2 by 3 divided by 18 by 20. 3 6 are 18, 5 4 are 20. So now this will be 2 by 3 into 20 by 18. 2 by 3 into 20 by 18. So any cancellations? 2 1s are, 2 9s are. So this is equal to 20 by 3 9s are 27. So this is the left side, one side. Now find the rearrangement. You change the group, you just change the order. So this will be 2 by 3 into 4 by 3 divided by 5 by 6. So this is equal to 2 into 4, 3 into 3 divided by 5 by 6. 2 4s are 8 by 9 and this will be 6 by 5. 3 2s are 3 3s are. So this is 16 by 21. 16 by 5 3s are 15. So therefore we can say 2 by 3 divided by 3 by 4 divided by 5 by 6 is not same as 2 by 3 divided by 3 by 4 5 by 6. So with this we can conclude that rational numbers under division. So these are the properties of division what you have, children. You practice this for today and we'll see you in my next class with the exercise. God bless you all. Stay tuned. Hello, hi students, greetings for the day. Welcome to Classroom TV. In our previous class, we discussed some of the examples of your textbook. Now, in this class, let's continue those examples. Let's start. Determine the AP whose third term is 5 and the seventh term is 9. So what he is asking us? He is asking us to find the AP, but he did not give us the value of A and the value of D. But to get those values, he has given us the third term and the seventh term. One point you remember, children, we need to find A and D. That means two unknown values we need to find. To find two unknown values, we must need two conditions. If you want to find two unknown values, how many conditions you need? You need two conditions. What are the two conditions given to us? One is the third term is given and the seventh term is given. So let's start now. See, it is given, the third term is given as 5. So third term is A3. We know the formula for nth term. What is the formula for nth term, children? It is A plus n minus 1 into D. So the third term is A plus 2D. So A plus 2D is given as 5. You take this as equation 1. And what is the second condition given to us? A7, that is the seventh term is given. So A7 is A plus 6D. This is given as 9. Make this as equation 2. Now what we will do, we will solve both these equations and we will get the values of A and D. So on solving, equations 1 and 2 we get. Now let's solve both the equations. we'll write equation 2 first. A plus 6d is equal to 9. And then we'll write a plus 2d is equal to 5. We are subtracting. So when you are subtracting, the signs will change. So plus a and minus a get cancelled. 6d minus 2d will give you 4d, that is equal to 9 minus 5, which is equal to 4. So 4d is equal to 4. From here, d is equal to 4 on 4. So therefore, we get the value of d is 1. Now what we have to do? Substitute this value of d either in equation 1 or in equation 2 of your choice. Now substitute d is equal to 1 in equation 1. Then we get, so what do we get? What is your equation 1? A plus 2d is equal to 5. So now substitute, so a plus 2d, that is 2 into 1, which is equal to 5. We know what is 2 times 1. So a plus 2 into 1 is 2, that is equal to 5. Now take this 2 other side. Now a is equal to 5 minus 2, therefore we get a is equal to 3. So now we got the value of d and we got the value of a. If you know the value of a and d, can't you say the AP? Yes. So therefore, the required AP will be, what is your first term? It is 3. Your first term is 3. Now what is your d? D is 1. So what will be your next term? Adding 1. 3 plus 1, it is 4. Adding 1. 4 plus 1, it is 5. 5 plus 1, 6. It continues. This is how we have to solve these kind of sums. So when a and d values are not given to us, the values of a and d are not given, but what are given? The terms are given. No matter whether it is third term or seventh term or fourth term or 10th term, whatever it is, the terms may be any terms. This is the procedure. You have to write the equations, simultaneous solving the equations. Simultaneous solving the equations, you solve both the equations, you get one of the value, either a or d will come, and that value you substitute of your choice, whether it is in equation 1 or in equation 2, to get the remaining value. After getting the values of a and d, just we know the first term is a itself. By adding d, you will be getting the remaining terms. This is how you have to do. Let's move to the next question. Check whether 301 is a term of the list of numbers 5, 11, 17, 23, so on. So here two things we should understand. First, it is given the list. It did not mention that it is an AP. So he has given the list of some numbers 5, 11, 17, 23. The numbers are progressing like that. Will 301 be among those numbers? That is the question. So first what we have to do? We have to check whether the given list of numbers are in AP or not. You know how to check. Let's start. So the given list of numbers, the given list of numbers 5, 11, 17, 23, so on. So first I need to verify whether this forms an AP or not. So what is the procedure? We have to see the common difference is same or not. So first we will find A2 minus A1. A2 minus A1. What is A2 minus A1? It is 11 minus 5. How much is 11 minus 5? That is 6. Let's find A3 minus A2. A3 is 17 minus 11, that is again 6. Let's find A4 minus A3. So that is 23 minus 17, that is again 6. So on. So we can comment like similarly an minus an minus 1 will also be 6 for n is equal to 1, 2, 3, so on like that. Is it clear? So for all the values we can, it is 6. What happens if it is 1 here children? A0, that means you do not have any term there, remember that. So similarly it is 6 for all the values. It is same. Do one thing. An plus 1 minus an you write. Then it will be more convenient. An plus 1 minus an will be 6 for n is equal to all the values. Okay. Now we got the difference is same. We got the difference is same. All are 6. All are 6. So what happens now? If all are 6, what you can say? So therefore A2 minus A1 is same as A3 minus A2 is same as A4 minus A3, that is equal to an plus 1 minus an, which is same. So therefore given list of numbers given list of numbers 5, 11, 17, 23, so on forms an AP with A is equal to, how much is your A? 5 and D is equal to 6. So now we got the given list of numbers, they are in AP, with the first term and the common difference. So one part is completed. Now what we need to verify? We need to verify whether this given list of numbers which are forming an AP consisting 301 as one of the member of those terms or not. That is what we have to verify. So now the AP is 5, 11, 17, 23, so on like that. If the numbers are progressing like that, will 301 will be among them or not, that you have to verify. Okay. So now let's continue. So now the AP is 5, 11, 17, 23, so on. This is the AP what we have. We do not know actually which term is 301. Whether it is a term or not also we do not know. That is what we have to verify. So as we do not know, so let us assume, so let 301 be the nth term of the AP. Let 301 be the nth term of the AP, that is what we will verify it. You know the formula of A nth. What is the formula for A nth? It is A plus n minus 1 into D, that is equal to 301. Now substitute the values. The value of A is 5. You don't know the n, it is n minus 1. How much is D we got? It is 6. That is equal to 301. So now this is 5 plus 6 into n, 6n minus 6 is equal to 301. Now what happens this? Let this 6n is as it is. 5 minus 6 is minus 1, that is equal to 301. Now take this one other side first. So 6n is equal to 301 plus 1. So therefore we get n is equal to 302 by 6. This is what we got the value of n. So furthermore, if it get cancelled, if cancellation is done, then n is equal to 2 1s are, 2 5s are, 2 1s are and 2 3s are when you cancel with 2. But what is the meaning of n actually? What information the n tells us? N stands for the number of term. If we say A1, we say it is a first term. A5, we say it is a fifth term. A10, we say it is a 10th term. EAN, we say it is a nth term. So there, n should be a mere number. What is n actually? N as n being the number of term. Which term? Number of term. We say either first term, second term or third term. Can we say it is 1 by 2 term, 1 by third term, 1 by fifth term? Do we have like that? No. So we got a fraction actually. So n being the number of term it cannot be a fraction. It cannot be a fraction. Can it be a fraction? No, it can't be a fraction. So, therefore, finally what you can conclude? Therefore, 301 is not a member of the list of numbers 5, 11, 17, 23, so on. This is how we have to solve it. Here, this is the important understanding. The value of n, if it is a positive number, remember children, it should not be negative also. Sometimes if you get n is some minus 2, do we have any negative terms? We do not have any negative. We can't say minus second term, minus fifth term. So n should be positive and n should be a mere number. It cannot be either a fraction or a negative number. Right. Now, let's move to the next problem. How many 2-digit numbers are divisible by 3? How many 2-digit numbers are divisible by 3? We know the 2-digit numbers, they start from 10. We have 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And what will be the last 2-digit number? The last 2-digit number is 99. So from 10 to 99, how many digits are divisible by 3? That is this question. From 10 to 99, how many numbers are divisible by 3? That is the question. So we know the first 2-digit number which is divisible by 3. Can you guess? What is the first 2-digit number that is divisible by 3? We know the third table. 3 ones are 3, 3 twos are 6, 3 threes are 9, 3 fours are 12. So till 9 these are all single digit numbers. So from 12 it starts the 2-digit number. So the first 2-digit number which is divisible by 3 is 12. From then take the difference of 3. So the 12, 15 and the difference of 3, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30, 33 like that. Like that. What will be the last 2-digit number? 99. 99, will it divisible by 3? Yes. 3 threes are 33 times. Is it clear? So we should know first from 12 to 99 how many are there. Let's count on fingers or we'll solve a method. We solve it by a method. See now. The 2-digit numbers which are divisible by 3 are what they are? They start from 12, 15, 18, 21, so on, and the last is 99. If say suppose instead of 3 the same question is asked for 4. How many 2-digit numbers are divisible by 4? Now can you guess what we are going to get here? So the first 2-digit number which is divisible by 4 is again 12. 4 threes are 12. But from then you have to take the difference of 4. You have to take the multiples of 4. So 12, 16, 20, 24. And what will be the last? What will be the last? 99 is not divisible by 4. Like that you have to verify. 98? No. 97? No. 96. So it ends at 96. So now see here, 12, 15, 18, 21, so on to 99. Is it in AP? Yes, it is clearly in AP with A is equal to 12 and D is equal to 3. Because the difference is uniform, the difference is same. So 12, 15, 18, 21, so on up to 99 forms an AP with A is equal to 12, D is equal to 3, that is 15 minus 12, which is equal to 3. And the last term, what is the last term? We know the last term is the nth term itself, that is L. The last term, this is equal to AN, that is equal to 99. Now what we need to find? We need to find how many are these. From 12 to 19, how many are there? How many numbers are there which are divisible by 3? That is what we have to find out. So write down. AN is equal to, we know the formula for AN. What is AN? A plus n minus 1 into D. That is the last term which is A plus n minus 1 into D. So what is your AN there? 99, that is equal to, how much is A? It is 12 plus n you do not know, n minus 1 into D, D is 3. Now get that 12 this side. So it is 99 minus 12, that is equal to n minus 1 into 3. So how much is 99 minus 12, children? 9 minus 2 is 7, 9 minus 1 is 8. 87, and get that 3 here by 3, that is equal to n minus 1. Now cancel it. 3 cancels, 3 2s are 6, 27, 3 9s are. Now get that minus 1 here, that is plus 1. So we get 30 is equal to n. So how many numbers are there? How many numbers are there? There are 32 digit numbers. So therefore you can conclude. Therefore there are 30 two-digit numbers which are divisible by 3. That's all. So easy. Let it be anything given, whether it is divisible by 3 or divisible by 5. What is important? You just need to pick up the first term and last term. The remaining terms are the difference whatever the number is asking. Is it clear? So what we have done here, the two digits. So the first two-digit number, what is divisible by 3, that you have to select. And then with a difference of 3, you have to write the numbers, and you should have an idea of the last. Just divide it, you will understand. Okay. Now next move to the next question. Find the 11th term from the last of the AP series given below. AP is given. Very good question. See, one AP is given. One AP is given, some 10, 7, 4, so on up to minus 62. The AP is given like that. So he is asking, he wants us to find, he is asking us to find the 11th term from the last. Not from left to right, he is asking from right to left. What will be the 11th term from right to left? Important point you should note. Let us see how to solve this. Same thing, first you need to find n. First to tell whether it is left to right or right to left, you should know how many terms are there. If you want to say from right to left the 11th term, you should know from 10 to minus 62 how many terms are there. First you have to find out that. So let us find out the number of terms. Let us see now. So we will take what is the given AP. So what is the given AP? 10, 7, 4, so on, minus 62. This is what he has given. So what is A here? A being the first term, it is 10. What is D? So the D is A2 minus A1, that is 7 minus 10, which is equal to minus 3. And we also have the last term. We also have the last term. We know the last term itself is the nth term, that is equal to minus 62. The last term is the nth term, that is equal to minus 62. We know the formula for an. So an is equal to minus 62. Write the formula for an. A plus n minus 1 into d is equal to minus 62. Now just substitute the values here. A is 10 plus, we do not know what is n, let it be n, but we know the value of d. How much is d? It is minus 3. That is equal to minus 62. Now, so it is 10 plus into minus is minus 3n. Minus into minus, it is plus 3 times 1 is 3, that is equal to minus 62. Ten plus 3 is 13. Now get that minus 62 this side, then it is plus 62, and take this minus 3n to other side, then it is plus 3n. 10 plus 3 is 13. I brought minus 62 this side, then it will be plus 62, and we take this minus 3n to other side, then it will be plus 3n. Now 13 plus 62. 13 plus 62 is 75. Now get that 3 here, on 3, that is equal to n. So we get 3 cancels, 75, 25 times, 3 2s are, 3 5s are. This is equal to n. So, from 10 to minus 62, the given AP has 25 terms. Therefore, the given AP 10, 7, 4, so on, minus 62 has 25 terms. Now what we want? We want the 11th term from the back. 11th term from the back. So we generally, what we will think? 25, we want the 11th term from the back. So 25th term, from then you must come to left side, that is 25, 24, 23 like that. So we generally, what is our idea? Just subtract 11 from 25. Subtract 11 from 25 so that 14th term we think. But it is not 14 children, you have to add plus 1. You have to add plus 1. Okay, see 5 terms. 5 terms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want the second term from the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at my hand. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 terms. I want second term from the back. So if we do 5 minus 2, what we will get? We will get 3. We will get 3. 5 minus 2 is 3. So 1, 2, 3. But will it be second term from right? No. It is not second term from right. It will be third term. That's why whatever after subtraction, whatever the number you get, you have to do plus 1 for that. You have to do plus 1 for that, so that now this is 3. 5 minus 2 is 3. 3 plus 1 is 4. The fourth term, which is my second from the right. So in the same way, therefore, the 11th term from the last will be, the 11th term from the last will be total 25 terms, altogether 25 terms. We are subtracting 11. 25 minus 11 will give you 14. But what I said, you have to add plus 1. You have to add plus 1, then it is 14 plus 1, which will be 15th term. So the 11th term from the last will be A15. 11th term from the last will be A15. Now we have to find out A15. This is easy. This you know how to find. So what is A15? A plus 14D. A plus 14D. So what is your A? It's 10 plus 14 into, what is your D? The D is minus 3. So that is 10 plus into minus, minus 14 3s are 42. So 10 minus 42 is minus 32. So therefore minus 32 will be the 11th term from the last. So, one very important point you should remember, when he is asking us to find from right to left, from the last, after subtracting, after finding the number of terms, we will be subtracting it. After subtracting, you should do plus 1. After subtracting, you should do plus 1. That should be registered in your mind. Or otherwise, you can do one more thing. After getting the number of terms, here AP is there, not 10, 7, 4 and minus 62. You can take A as minus 62. That means from right to left. So your AP is minus 62, minus 59, like that it continues till 10. So then A is minus 62 and D will be 3 there, it won't be minus 3. So like that also you can find out from right to left. Is it clear? So this is a very, very important model, children. One AP will be given and he is asking us to find the terms, whether it is 11th term or 10th term, whatever it is, from the last. First you calculate in the given AP actually how many terms are there. In the given AP actually how many terms are there, that you have to calculate first. After calculating the value of n, what you have to do? The required term that you subtract from the value of n, you will be getting some answer. For that answer you add plus 1. This you don't forget, you need to add plus 1. Otherwise you will go wrong. You have to add plus 1. So that you will be getting some particular term, that term you have to find out. After getting that, it is easy, you just apply an, nth term formula. Is it clear? Now let's move to the next. A sum of rupees 1000 is invested at 8% simple interest per year. So 1000 rupees, it is given at 8% per annum. 8% per annum. ₹1,000 given 8% per annum. Calculate the interest at the end of each year. So you have to calculate the interest for first year, interest at the end of second year,